skills. In this country, before you graduate a degree in social work, on average, not average, at most, you have done either 19 years or 20 years schooling. Schooling, 19 to 20 years. So what skill have you gotten from this schooling that you have been on for 20 years? Somebody will tell you that we have a problem with the students who graduate. They seemingly don't know what to do and be like, where did you start from? Not wanting to quarrel, you let the day go, but you're like this one. And now there is a question on internship forms of UCU. They say, would you employ this student if he came back? Some people don't even feel that. And B is behavior. What is the expected behavior of a social worker? You look at a student, I was about to say that he looks a social problem himself, but let me not say it. You look at the way somebody is presenting himself with rocky hairs, with these torn clothes, you call them what? Damaged clothes, and already you're talking to somebody who already has a problem, but he's looking at you as if maybe you also need counseling. And lastly, competencies. I've talked about 5: knowledge, attitude, skills, behavior, and competencies. Ladies and gentlemen, social workers have many fields. What are the fields? Maybe before we leave here, I should be interested. Who is in which field? Social work and mental health, social work and refugee studies, social work and children, social work and elderly persons, the gerontologicals, social work and prisons, social work and courts, social work and schools. Who does social work in school amongst you? A lot of challenges. You are teaching as early as this and the student is dozing. Dozing. What is the problem? This is too early. Like mom was fighting with dad, we didn't sleep. And now you want him to get the gist. So these are the objectives and the questions. And going forward, I want to encourage you to be part of answering these big questions. Of course, it can't be that we fail to answer these. The answers are each of us. If you can bring 1 point, we shall be good to go. Thank you so much. And over to you, Rogers.
DJ Storm.
Your body shape, wickedy, 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 wickedy. The quack out of it, stupid, 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 stupid.
minutes of networking. Only 5 minutes. I love the way Mr. Kasule is already networking with my colleague. That is real networking. Please, the camera should look there. That is actual networking. Mr. Kasule was my boss when I was at UCU. So please, keep networking. 5 minutes. And we also need to stretch a little. I just want to see people come out of where they are seated, network on the next table in 5 minutes.
Very soon I will be serving you with the right internet, but in case you want to know the most important offices, they are on the 3rd floor, on your right hand side. It's very important that you know those important offices. And we have people who have not yet introduced themselves. Please use this time to introduce yourselves as we set up ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the names Halaba Bekiruth from Samizi Training Institute of Social Development, Mpiji. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm called Acheng Claire from Samizi Training Institute.
Good morning, everyone. Ismail Sentongo is my name, a lecturer from Samizi Training Institute of Social Development in MPG, the custodians of social work. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Catherine Chomhend is my name. I'm from the School of Social Sciences, Nkumba University, and I'm one of the social work lecturers. Glad to be here.
I'm back on the mic. Remember we had some questions that we were seeking for answers. We are going to get in 2 groups and have hello, the networkers. So we are going to get into groups. I think we can have, can we have three groups? We should have in that group at least lecturers, students, and practitioners to help us answer these questions. Rogers, you can make them clear and bigger. I think that can take us about 10 to 15 minutes, so that by the time we get back, we have a discussion on those questions, and then a presentation on how best we can move forward. We could have, yes, we could have for the first group here, the second one, and then the third one. We could use, we could just maybe add chairs. We could have the first group here, the second group here, and then the third group here. Just make sure you have a lecturer, make sure there's a student, and then a practitioner. So that lecturers don't sit alone, and then students also sit alone. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. The questions are there, and then we could have maybe somebody to help us take notes. During my free time, I'm also a nursery teacher. Not professional. I go and play with the nursery children. And they say, make a circle on the tables, make a circle. So please, let's join the circles on the tables, because the session begins now. Join here, then join there. You could just add chairs, and then we can join any. Yes, you can join any, you can join any. Make a circle. Hey. We still need some people here. We still need some people here. And the questions are, yes, our head of department. So we already into our 15 minutes. The questions that we're answering are there. And then we shall get a representative to represent each group. Okay? Are my instructions clear? Mr. Kasule tanyimo omulimo. Bwe mba sobola somesa bulungi nga sobola kuwa instructions bulungi. Please make yourself comfortable and Anya chairing. Moving on well. Please start. You're already into your 15 minutes. We need direction. Yeah? How do we move forward? Huh? The questions are just there. No.
They can actually see that there is that standard and to make sure that these students get the right information. These students should also be taught vocational skills as they go to the field. It's very important that aside the classwork, knowing about the ethical dilemmas and all those things, sometimes these students, when they go to the field, remember, in the developmental social work aspect, there are certain things you have to put into practice. If you go to the community and you can't even give out a skill as a social worker, you have to become a therapist to the community. So these students actually need to be trained in skills like they can knit, liquid soap, and all the other skills. But also another point we identified is that there should be identification of agencies that employ social workers so that they can partner with universities to ensure that social work students have the required market skills. And one member advised that they can actually form a database of these organizations, and Nassau can maybe champion this and also share with the universities as well to make sure that these students come out and they are chipped in so that they can get to learn more. Then there should also be peer-to-peer learning. It will enable these students to learn from each other so that they share experiences, and it will enable them put put the theory into what? Practice. Then lastly, there should be modular training for organized sessions whereby certain practitioners in the field should come in class and interact with these social workers. And of course, this will enable that social work students get hands-on skills. They can, I remember you came sometime when we were in class some 4 years ago, and they were teaching us about substance abuse, and it was a very wonderful experience. So these modular trainings from practitioners help these social workers to get hands-on experience. The last 3 points are brief. There should be reflective practices whereby these social work students are advised or encouraged to document their experiences. It could be a course. For example, if they study a certain course, there should be these avenues of social workers, these social work students, documenting their particular experiences about a certain course, what they feel should have been covered or what they feel wasn't covered well, so that they can actually venture into that aspect. But also social work students, for them to develop their competencies, they should be encouraged to volunteer. Not just sitting at home to do certain other things, but volunteering is also very key. And maybe last is that we should use technology. We should encourage the use of technology and digital tools. stand in online and actually offer these wonderful experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that nice discussion. Any additions? What did he not tackle that you discussed in your groups pertaining that particular question?
So, in our group, in addition to the points and projects in the field. So when people are selecting research topics and collecting data, they should go to the organizations that are in practice, that they get that opportunity. Then there was an issue of peer support, making use of peer support, because there is a lot of knowledge out there that may not necessarily flow through the hierarchical relationships between a tutor and a student, and that we make use of that opportunity. And then field visits to hard-to-reach places or difficult places like prisons, hospitals, that social workers get to experience live. Then also that social workers can reflect on current affairs and issues. For example, you have the crisis of a nursery kids killed, and then Pretty Nicole and the sagas that are taking place, you know, that social workers, there is a voice that they can reflect, even if they're not directly intervening, there is some kind of reflection. Then there was a point about supervision, that when we're doing the supervision, it should be timely and emphasize practical skills. If both parties are professional, they keep time, they have an agenda, and focus on practical skills, then that can help. And that goes back to even the curriculum, that you give credit for the application of skills, not just having knowledge, a knowledge base, but have the practical, that there is a specific, you know, a word of marks and credit for people who apply knowledge rather than reciting the knowledge. I hope I've represented the group well, or if there is anything else.
Thank you so much. We have students here who will also give us their experiences about supervision. And then, of course, the lecturers will give us their experiences about supervising the students. Anything else? Any additions before we go to the next?
Thank you, and I want to thank the group for presenting those ideas. We also found that in line with the avenues to enhance the practical competences of social work students, we found out that there is need to collaborate with the human service organizations, where we need to engage these human service organizations in line with training our students on how they are supposed to practice actually what they study. We also found out that we need to use another approach, which we called the role plays, while teaching these students, not just emphasizing the theory to them. And also the other one was also in line with community outreach programs, where we could give students assignments, and we could send them to the field to practically see exactly what is happening, and also sometimes attaching them to particular areas, maybe sub-counties or parishes, and then we can also engage this is, I think, in line with the role of the human service organizations, where we can get the resident supervisors who can give us feedback about the performance of our students. I think the other one, which we also saw, was still about the internship, in order to realize the competences of the students that they would be engaged in the classes. Internship, we had a very lengthy discussion about it, but I think maybe we can have some other time to talk about the internship here. I think that is what we talked about, unless there's any other thing that I've forgotten.
Okay, a very big hand clap.
Thank you, Angela. I'll skip one because I think all groups have talked about what we discussed. But on question 2, there are 2 key things that we really looked at. One is really around identifying supervisors at the placement sites who are really knowledgeable to offer the continuous support to these students that have come for their practice or internship. Then the other one, I think someone has just mentioned it, around identifying the social work practicing organization, so that a student that is not going to any organization, I think that's where they end up getting confused on what am I going to do, what is needed of me, and everything. So those are 2 key things that we looked at. Then in the last one, we looked at the coordination between the 3 key stakeholders, that hosting organizations, the universities, and then the students themselves. It's really important that the 3 know and have expectations from each of the other. Then, of course, mapping of those practicing organizations, but also students should start their internship with clear goals, so that at the end of it all, someone doesn't say, I don't know why I actually came for my placement or internship. Or then the other one is universities should start preparations of students right from year 1, so that as they're sending them off for field work, it's not something that is just abrupt, but starting to prepare them as they actually prepare to come for placements or internships. Then also the hosting organizations should expose students, I think through the different programs that some of groups have already talked about, so that they have a clear understanding of the entire program, but they're also exposed to the community and the kind of work that they're doing. And lastly, social workers should have supervisors that either have been trained in social work or have been supported to learn the social work aspect. Thank you very much.
Motivation or reward system for especially the host organizations. The universities receive an internship fee from the students. I think they pay that. But then they come to the host organization and there's this list of so many expectations in addition to our other tasks. It becomes very difficult for us to give 100% to the student who is just coming in to learn when there's nothing in it for me, and yet I have a task that will pay double for my time there. So you'll find that many times supervisors will tend to leave them for the lower employees or the teams that are not very well practical or without the practical skills, and then they will end up doing. But if there's an attachment of a reward, a certification, a recognition, or maybe some small percentage of that money coming back to the host organizations, it's usually very effective. I've seen it work in other countries, like in the US, where I was placed with one of the NGOs that was working with survivors of trafficking. And during my placement, they paid them. And my supervisors were all over me. The colleagues in the organizations were all trying.
They tell them to bring internship funds. That feels sometimes for as long as 2 months, and then they run out of money, and it's all about meeting organizational goals, but they're not. There's a lack of care for the internee. They feel that they're being exploited in some instances. So someone talked about making soap. You make soap, you do community cleaning, but then you're living a very harsh life. Yeah? There is no planning for that. So the supervision, the internship program has to make sense and not put the social worker in danger or harm them. And he asked me specifically when I was coming here to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you for airing out the voice of the students.
Yeah, thank you. Dennis Okwiri is my name. When he spoke of that, it reminded me of a statement one time. I was supervising an intern, and I think for some reason, this intern that was a second placement in a different organization. And he said in the previous organization where he was, they were used as free laborers. Apparently, and when you look at the trends now, like organizations do recruitment, you see advert running, we need interns. They don't go for the retired veterans like us. They would want intern because they're cheaper and they can manipulate around. And that is an area when he said this specific voice coming from the students, I think as an organization, as organizations or partners who are in this hall, we need to reflect upon that when we speak of when they're saying now they are like free laborers. Because as you mentioned, we also give very little time as organization staff who have been assigned to supervise this intern. We have our KPIs, which is really on our neck, and we don't pay much attention to the general development of this intern who is with us. And yet, at the end of the day, you have to write the report to the university, the gaps that you see in the student and the areas of improvement that needs to be done. So I think those are the key things that I wanted to add. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We have all spoken well, but we should also have this in mind. The students, are they ready to learn? There are places you post students and they are found wanting, not being available. That is the truth. They are not there. They just go there, register their name, bring the acceptance letter, and they disappear. I'm sure you have gone to visit places of internship and they tell you, we have never seen that person. Or this person is always giving one excuse or the other. So students won't say that. Now, for those who say they are being used as free labors, you are an internee, you should be able to just go and learn. You are going there to learn. Do whatever they ask you to do. Everything has time. Sooner or later, the 2 months or whatever the period of your internship will be over. Good or bad, whatever they have used you to do, you will have learned one thing or the other. So it's a good one for me. However, some of the goals we are setting, the questions we are answering, some of them are long-term goals, and some we have the short-term goals. Now, the short-term goals, the immediate that we can take away from this particular meeting is the fact that it has been said that NASU should be able to have a database of organizations that are accredited where students can actually do internship. Reason being that there are some organizations that they are pocket organizations. They are just there with mouth, but physically they are not in existence. And a student with, I have done, as the head of department from my own university, I still go out. I don't leave it to the younger ones. I go out to supervise. And by the time you keep looking for the organization, there was one I went to, one refugee organization also. I couldn't see any signboard, nothing. Border was taking me everywhere. And finally, when the guy came, he said, sorry, sir, give me a roll-up banner behind me. And so when I look at the banner, that is the name of the organization. I said that we are just here. And the room he said they were using, there's another classroom going on where they are teaching some other students. He said that is where they are. So the students themselves, they need to understand internship is an opportunity for them to showcase what they have. But they shortchange themselves, not being present, not doing what they are supposed to do in time. Because we also have students that organization retain. They retain these students. And if you look at the score sheet, when you ask them to assess the student and send back to the university, organization give as far as 99, 98% over 100. There was one I asked the woman, this student, how is he doing and all of that? I said, fantastic, so wonderful, a person is doing very well. Then I said, excuse me, this student does not have a job. Will you be willing to give him one? He said, no, you can't. accept this student to work even while you are not around, you could go home and sleep and leave your office to this student who is an intern who has been with you for over a month. And because for us, they do 2 months and they do twice before they graduate. And the woman said no. I said, then the assessment you have given to me is not correct. So if you are able to assess this student objectively, do what we are supposed to do rightly, we will be closer to what we are looking for. More so, there are some organizations, they are not greedy, but they take more than what they can chew. Your capacity to handle this student is so small, and you are taking students of about 100, 150. I have social worker students in my department. I can give you 300 if you have capacity for them. But however, can you handle them? So what they now do, because in Uganda, you will discover that it's almost at the same time all university is sending out their students on internship. Almost the same time that they go on internship, because we are using the same curriculum. However, now if the student now go, they say, okay, we will take you, pay this X amount of money, the student has paid. Then you say you can only come once in a week. You are shortchanging the student, you are shortchanging the organization, even the association. They will not learn much. They're supposed to learn for 8 weeks. Now you want to teach them in 8 days, once in a week. You are shortchanging them. And so because you have more than what you can handle. So we could be able to go to, okay, this is the capacity I can take and all of that. And so if we have this objective assessment and a lot that we need to do, the students have a role to play, the organization have a role to play, the supervisors have a role to play. And all of this boils down to the fact that what we actually want to achieve, like Madam Susan mentioned, is it in Zimbabwe. You see, that facility, what they have is the fact that their government, the structure is standing. And they know what the end result of what they want to do. But in this place, so many people like title, but ask them to come and defend their title is a problem. God will help us.
Thank you so much. A big hand clap.
Okay, thank you for everyone. My concern is about to answer my sister here, who was saying about university should give motivation in terms of finance so that the supervisor can do the work that was supposed to be done. I think in African setting, I have not reached that level. You know how much universities were crying. But however, we have some serious organizations. I know some managers here of organizations, at least they help us to our students when they come to you. Don't make to suffer 100%. Personally, I worked one of the international organization called Medical Team International as internee. But for us, at least the lunch was provided. And since I was the one who knows most of the language they are using, I was the one in charge of referral with the client most of the time. And they could, at least at the end of the day, they give my 5,000 to facilitate as lunch. But you find a student who is in the organization for 10 weeks, you have never even give at least once a lunch for that particular person. I think in your planning capacity as organizations, try to put something small at least for to motivate this person. Remember, is working 8 hours like the way we are working, like the way our staff are working, at least try to motivate them. For some said about how these students should help the community where they reach. For us, our student from University of Kisubi, I have one scenario. Our student went in Jinja, work in a particular organization. I found they have a problem. The problem, the children are taking care, there's no food, there's no medicine. A student called me, sir, what should we do? We had a way of writing a proposal from nowhere. The center was provided with 10 million. But we didn't give them the cash. We bought for them 2 cows and the medical something related, and then we provide to them. So there is a way these students, if you treat them, there's a way so they can give you back. But if you come saying, no, even us we suffer like you, I think you are not helping our social work. We are all human beings. Let us try to help each other so that we live in a good harmony. Thank you very much.
I want to take the microphone.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will be brief. Yeah, thank you so much. For the previous speaker was saying that the students who come for internship, maybe they should be given lunch. One, we need to acknowledge that different organizations have different cultures where they don't provide lunch, and definitely you can't provide it for that student alone. But also, I realize that maybe some universities are not preparing these students well before they come for internship. They just come for a ride. I have seen students who have come and almost the 8 hours they are on their WhatsApp. Instead of doing the real task, somebody just goes into WhatsApp, and when he or she sees you coming, that's when she pretends or he pretends to be doing work. And as a supervisor, you can't be there all the time looking into this student who is doing work. You also have your deliverables. Then there are those ones who want to choose for themselves what they want to do. And yet, when you are at the place of work, you need to understand that there are certain skills that you need to be gaining from the organization and based on what is available at that particular time. So they will say, for me, I think my course allows me to do this, it doesn't allow me to do the other one. So I liked the idea of mapping the different partners so that as you align the students, you should be knowing what kind of expertise or advantage are they going to have from this organization so that they can really help them to build their skills other than maybe just going there to fulfill the internship. That's what I can add. Thank you.
Yes, in a minute. Actually, as the conversation is going around, I'm thinking, do the students have personal goals? Have they been helped to design personal goals for internship? But also, what are the expectations of the host organizations? What are the expectations of the universities? Are these clearly written somewhere for us to reflect on every other time to properly guide this internship process and the supervision and all the field practice that we are putting on to the students? But then we also need to realize that these students are human. And then when they come into the host organizations, they are bound to see or even hear, but also go through different experiences. Is there some form of self-care for them to help them deal with the issues that they find in the practice, especially the first-time practitioner or first-time field internship placements? Because, for example, if they came into an organization like ours that works with really vulnerable children that are pushed to the diverse, some are abusing drugs, some are in have had sexual exploitation experiences, and they are hearing all these things, and they are coming from a protected family background, which has sent them into the social work space, and they've never had these stories. And you're telling them to go and help somebody in which situation they have never faced. Is there a way where they can get self-care or where they are also supported to debrief in these experiences? I think that will align well with the practice and also the learnings that they get. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to emphasize one thing. We have two different categories of students. Students who are upgrading, they have completely different direction. And for them, when they are coming into an organization, they have a direction, a clear direction. But the freshers, I'm telling you, sometimes they don't even know why they are doing internship. The experience has taught them they know where they are going. And sometimes you feel, especially for those ones who are upgrading, you feel you want to retain someone. But for the freshers, you are just praying that when is it ending? Why? They are not prepared. They are not, even, in fact, in this point I want to emphasize, at the university, should we do orientation, induction at the department level. Because most of the students do not know why they chose the courses they are doing. They end up, in fact, even the assessment. By the time they learn how the university system is running, when they've messed up. So, induction at that level, when they are being introduced into a university. Secondly, preparing learners when they are going to internship. Because they are coming into an organization to learn how the organization is doing things, not what they want. They are coming into an environment to learn how things are done. They should appreciate and learn. In fact, for me, what I appreciate, whenever you are not challenged, you are not likely to think. Until you are challenged, that is when you think. Then the last one is beyond the structured internship. Can they, in fact, internship is all about putting yourself in position and somebody the following day can think about you. I have a personal experience. I guided my brother. If you are going to internship, other students are leaving at 4, remain behind. This guy now is working with UBC. Because of that, buying other time. Going beyond the internship, because you are preparing. There are some students really, even if I'm seated down here and they're asking me for a particular student, I can just raise up and say, so and so is really good. So students should be prepared at that level. I beg to submit.
The microphone to the back.
Thank you, friends. Thank you, friends. And first of all, my thanks to whoever paid for this sitting and to NASU to have these conversations. People say they are beginning conversations. We have had these many conversations. I have sat in millions of meetings with even the sponsors and the vice president. There's 3 things I want to mention. One of them, this is our culture and it can be a strength. We are very symbolic interactors. We say so many things, but concretely, what do we do and what do we action? How do we action, make an action point of what we want to do to move from the many conversations to doing things we need to do better? The second thing, I have listened carefully to all people who are providing here. Please allow me just, when I said people, I'm not othering you. I have asked Angela to say, can you say my name is Kasule before you contribute? And I think she fears people. People in here never say their name unless, but it's better if you say your name, then we network better. But the point I was trying to say that when I listen to all of us, nobody mentions the cost implication. We are asking agencies to provide that little lunch. We are asking universities to prepare better. All of us know, especially those that work in private university, there are budgets to manage. Now, I think we should also be very considerate each time we propose an additional something on what is already being done and what does it cost and who paid for that cost. Lastly, I think this is the most important. I like about any contributor that talks about our students' attitude. Actually, we're not saying students. We are talking about us, the society, where we come from, our children. Those are the ones we are talking about. A person who is studying for how many years by the time they come to university? 20 years in a school system. They are coming to a university and they want you to help them with the food. When they were leaving home to come to the agency, what basic plan do you have? What will I have for lunch today? Because even if they didn't come to the agency, they would have had lunch, right? And then they look at somebody in the agency with an eye because they are not being served the food. Who is going to pay for the food? Students pay, the ones I have supervised, pay up to 150,000, 200, even much more. In this agency, agencies now are collecting money from our students. And this is not mentioned in any formal conversations because it is, I think, unethical. It is not in their policy, but this is the practice. So some of the questions I think and the gap we might want to address ourselves here. What do we already know? And what is the gap? what can we do about the gap, and who is paying for the cost of that gap? Lastly, since she's not yet picking the mic, I want to propose that some of the things we were talking about here, from the point of practitioners, professionals, from the point of educators we are here, what is our gap in knowing the basic universal competencies? If you have a student and you're a supervisor in your agency, and they are on TikTok, why are you letting them be in your agency? Why don't you say, go back home, go please, I cannot, because we have rules and regulations. You are the professional. For 10 weeks or how many weeks, we are not there. Why do you allow them to TikTok in your office? You kind of say, no, please, this is not our code here, please go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me exhaust this table and get to this table.
Thank you so much. I'm Roger Simpata. I'm a lecturer at Kampala University and I work with Namtumba Community Hospital. Masters in Social Work Practice with families and the children from the Lazarus Mundas program. So according to what has been shared, I've also had some interaction with some students during internship. One day when I was working at a certain university, I went to supervise a student and the field supervisor underscored the student, even in sections where I thought maybe under certain normal circumstances, in terms of time management and arrival, I first of all had to check through the logbook and other things. Seeing the student had come a bit early on time, because local government is open at 8, and for the student was there at 7:40, 7:30, earlier than the rest of others. So as I was finishing and completing, the colleague called me and told me, you know what, they told me if I don't do the same thing as your student did, they are going to undermark me. So the colleague was from a different university who was calling and inquiring how they had undermarked the colleague. So sometimes you might find also other demands on the side of our students in terms of them to be marked well, in terms of when they go for field internship, but at the same time there is unseriousness on the side of students. I work with Namtumba Community Hospital and they sent me some students coming to do social work internship. One of them told me I want to be here for 2 days and I work for 3 days because I need to get some upkeep for my university when the university opens. I had already prepared his acceptance letter. I had to cancel it. So many of them, we send them, but they are not actually in the field work. Like, to me, as I'm supervising, actually, I don't make a phone call. I just land to see the student there. Because sometimes they are not there always. And they don't attend. So they said, I don't want to be there. Maybe I should be there for 2 to 3 days and then I do that. Then others are on TikTok. Then others, like in the area of local government, you find the time when we are sending them, they are dealing with the new financial year. Money isn't there. So many of them are there seated just idle and they are not creative in terms of asking maybe the CDO, the parish chief, and the sub-county chief or the town clerk, which avenues or which areas can they do in order to support the community. I, for person, when I was doing my internship, I went first internship, I was at a local government, but there was no work. They told us we don't have budget at all to do any activities. So what we did, what other activities can you do here? They told us, okay, we deal with the elderly, we deal with the youth and the others. And we created many groups in the community. And mind you, I was among the beneficiaries because I was coming from one of the communities nearby. I made myself part of that group and we benefited from the Youth Livelihood program and many other programs. So we need to tell them to be creative, in other words, because sometimes where they are going, and we talked about overcrowding. You might find, I went for supervision and the office was too small and over 30 students with one supervisor. In terms of work, what are they going to do and going to learn, in other words? So we should try as much as possible to guide and do induction before they go for internship.
Thank you. Just 1 minute to add. So I've been itched by everyone, previous speakers. Alex Arinito, once again. So I was an internship student 3 times in Makerere when I was a social work student. That was like 13 years ago. And then I've worked with internship students for the last 5 years now. So it is today that I realized that I need to write a book about internships, maybe. But nonetheless, I think the biggest issue here is about how do we manage coordination amongst students, the organizations where they go, and the institutions that send these students. And that is where I see NASU also playing a very big role. For example, if you asked today, does NASU, for example, know the number of students in 20 or so universities, the number of social work students in 20 or so universities in Uganda, and where are they going in June? What about the intakes? Different universities have different intakes. At Africhard, sometimes we receive students in June. There are those who come in, I think, April, and then August. So for me, I think that is all information that needs to be somewhere, and it needs to be edited and reviewed every year that passes, so that when a student comes, because, and one of the things I remember is that at some internship places, I went there, and I even didn't know my supervisor until they came to supervise me from the university. So what about if a student is reporting to an organization, maybe comes with the supervisor, they sit with the supervisor at the agency, and then work out a simple roadmap which can always be tracked time to time, not waiting at the end. So there's those things about coordination and how to manage students as they are being placed and as they live their life in the organizations where they work as internees. Thank you.
Okay, we only have 2 more people, and then we shall continue the conversation later because it's getting more interesting.
Once again, Tom Hand is my name. I want to comment on 1 or 2 things. One is about students' welfare. It is important that when we are planning for internship, we encourage our students to do internships from their natural settings, where they can afford a meal, maybe break off for 30 minutes, go home and have a meal. Because there is a tendency for students to keep in town and make it very expensive for the guardians and parents. So I am encouraging each one of us to take that message. 2, I had one of us talking about students keeping on being idle almost the entire day. It all goes back to who is the supervisor supervising this student. Is she or he knowledgeable in social work? If this student is for social work, if the student is for business admin, are you knowledgeable as a supervisor? Because I would expect that when this student comes, first of all, the student is oriented. And after orientation, the supervisor is supposed to sit with the student to make a work plan, which will guide the activities that will be done. Otherwise, if you say somebody is idle the whole day, I think the blame goes to the supervisor for allowing to take up responsibility when he or she may not be knowledgeable in that area. Another thing I want to talk about is the coordination between the agencies and the teaching institutions. Do we have any coordination? Because you realize that sometimes you're running here and there, supervise a student of social work, you meet another person who has come to supervise a student of social work. When this person is maybe a public administrator, when this person is an international relations person, and yet we are from different approaches. And I'm sorry to say this, NASU, I think you're also sleeping on your jobs. One time, I can attest to this, and I know because I have evidence, a student came to do practice from NASU. This student is my relative. The student was doing social work, and I was very much interested in going through the student's reports. I read the names of the supervisor. I asked the student, who is this supervisor? What does he do? What does he teach? The lecturer was an international relations specialist supervising a social work student. Then I'm like, what did you learn here? What did he tell you? At least I expected Nasu to have taken action there and then. Why do you allow a public administrator to come and supervise a social work student? From the word go, ask for the competence of this supervisor, tell this supervisor to go away. You set a precedent. Otherwise, if we continue allowing people, guests in our own professions, we are going to lose it all. Thank you so much for listening.
As professionals, we have talked. That is very, very good feedback. Very, very good feedback. Just allow me. I know that we have some professionals who have to talk. Yeah? But we even have some other 2 students. Now, we also listen to them. Yeah? They also have feedback for us. Yeah? Then, after those 2 students, I have some 2 professionals who will come back and talk. Student number 1. Their internship experiences. What is the student? Oh, okay. And student number 2 should also be preparing. One time, as he projects, one time a student was sent to the district for internship, and they told him to look for the cow. Guess what? What they were looking for? You know those districts have those big parkings, and sometimes some animals are passing by. And the student was looking for? I'll not complete.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balita Amos, and I'm honored to be with you here. My presentation, I'm going to look at the overlooked challenges facing social work students in Uganda, and we want to bridge a gap. Of course, most practitioners, most social workers actually talk about the common challenges, such as the aspect to do with logistics, meals, the stipends. But today, because of time, I'm going to talk about the other challenges. And in the discussion, most of you have hinted on some of those challenges. And I'm happy to say that we are on the same page. And yeah, so because of time, this is just a brief background. We all know that field placements are actually an integral component of social work education, and offering students with career opportunities for experiential learning and professional development. And these field placements actually provide students with an opportunity to acquire knowledge gained from a classroom test, but also improve their skills through experience. And in the process, they gain more knowledge, gain more confidence by working with the clients, but also they confirm their skills. And that is what actually field placement is supposed to do. But for many social work students in Uganda, the internship experience is broken in ways we do not talk about enough. So today I'm going to take you in some challenges. These are some of the commonly recognized challenges, like you can all see. Our members have hinted on inadequate supervision, and that is a very big challenge because some of the supervisors are absent or too busy to follow up. Then there is also poor orientation and readiness on the side of the students, whereby members have mentioned, we actually saw that students go to the field without preparation. Members also mentioned something to do with financial hardships, whereby there is no support for transport, meals, and so forth. Then members also mentioned something to do with emotional and psychological burden exposure to trauma. You know, these social work students, when we go to the field, we actually experience certain scenarios. A colleague gave a scenario whereby social work students are supposed to handle certain traumatizing experiences with clients, but do we have it in mind that they actually also need this service, whereby you are handling a client, you also get traumatized, but you actually also need someone to talk to in that aspect? So, those are some of the commonly recognized challenge. But today, I have 6 of them today that I want to talk about. The major challenge that we normally face as social work students seeking internship, we struggle to get placement. And many agencies actually say they do not have the capacity to supervise. Others have no structured processes. And you find the universities just saying to the students that actually go and find an NGO or go to a government office without a clear coordination system. So what happens? Students compete blindly, and some never find placement, and sometimes it may lead to delay in graduation. Others take anything available, even if it is not related to social work. So why this is overlooked, sometimes we blame the students that they are not trying hard enough, but we should understand that this is actually a system failure, not a student failure. Going to the second challenge, there is actually a lack of clear guidance on agencies and roles. Students actually do not know where to apply and what they will even do there. So they get certain vague instructions. Sorry for calling them vague. They tell them, find an agency with children or find an agency that works with communities, but no one tells them which agencies actually do casework, which ones focus on mental health, for example, which ones offer advocacy or referral. So students show up confused in the internship. Sometimes even their supervisors in the field are confused. So the student ends up maybe filling papers, making tea for the staff that are there, not learning the actual art, social work. So it is very painful, and we overlook this because we assume that it is common sense. Our dear lecturers and the different people, they assume that it is what? Common sense. But I want to tell you this afternoon that common sense has to be taught. We actually need a map towards this. The third challenge, there is a very narrow imagination of where social work happens. I am happy this afternoon to be delighted that I found different disciplines, but for the times where for us we studied, it was a bit different. So I'm just giving my experiences. Many students, and I've also heard from supervisors, they believe that social work, the social work we talk about, is only active at the district community development offices. That is where they think social work is. But I'm happy today is that members talked about the hospitals. So what about the hospitals, the schools, some refugee settlements, but also the corporate social responsibility units, something to do with palliative care as well. Now, such spaces, you'll agree with me, are almost never offered as internship sites. Though a few people manage to maneuver through, but some of those places are almost never offered as internship sites. So students graduate thinking social work is only about community meetings and village visits. So it is very, very disheartening. And we overlook this because our own education hasn't diversified this, and therefore we need to expand this map of possibility. There is demoralization from the people we find in field during the practicum, and this one is very painful, that students are actually demoralized by the very people who are supposed to mentor them. Personally, I've experienced that, and from certain colleagues, you find people in field. It could even be your supervisor or the people you find at the internship placement. They actually tell you that social work is for failures. They say you will not get a real job, you know. They also say, why did you do social work? You were not guided. There are certain painful statements that we actually find in the field, and who says these things is actually our senior staff, sometimes even social workers who have internalized the shame about their own profession. So it results in two students losing motivation and some even changing careers, and they leave what? Social work. So it is very important to look at that angle as well. Now, the next challenge comes from the universities themselves, our dear lecturers. The next challenge is painful to say out aloud because it comes from where we should be getting our strongest support, our lecturers. I've heard from so many students and from personal experience. I remember the first lecture in social work, we normally ask our lecturers what the future careers are for social work, yes? Some lecturers actually tell us point blank that the jobs of social workers have been taken by people from other professions. Do not even get your hopes high. Sometimes, yes? So, so I want you to think about such a message. To a first-year student who has just joined the university, they have not stepped into an agency for internship, and you are telling them that they are going to go, and there is nothing they are going to find there in the field. They are telling them that the course that you attempted or that you took is actually a second-class field. All opportunities are what? Are gone. So they start their internships already feeling like imposters and like they do not belong somewhere. So how can we expect students, ladies and gentlemen, to fight for the profession in the field when the very people training them suggest it is not worth fighting for? So this is not a small issue, and if lecturers themselves do not believe the value of the social work degree, that doubt is passed directly to the students, and of course they arrive at their placements defeated before any practitioner even has spoken to them. Someone comes with that feeling. So we must hold ourselves accountable, and if we want strong social workers, we actually need educators who are strong advocates for the profession, and not the ones who tell students that their future has already been taken by someone else. The last challenge, members have hinted on it, is that most of our social work roles are done by students, and students do not actually get critical guidance from people from their own field. So the people who supervise the students are not often not social workers, and we actually find that many agencies assign supervision to people like sociologists. It could be community developers and other people. Yes, they are trained professionals, we can say, but they are not trained in what? In social work. So what we miss in this training is actually, these people lack, of course, the social work ethics, but also the casework documentation. So the student actually learns social work from a distance, but never from a social worker. So it is very, 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 very painful. So what does this all add up to? A weak internship experience for the students produces a poorly prepared graduate that has low professional identity. Some even do not want to join the Association of Social Workers. Some do not even advocate for for the field. Then years later, you find this person becoming a field supervisor, for example, and they repeat the cycle of demoralizing other people. So it is very, very painful. And so we lose talent to other field. And in short, all I can say is that the social work profession is actually eating its own young social workers, but not intentionally, but systematically because of the experiences these students go with. So these are just some questions for co-creation. I will not read them because of time, but they are very important. They are targeting our National Association of Social Workers and how universities can create a national placement coordination system with clear agency role profiles, then a practical toolkit given to students, which agency does what, which social work role and so forth, so that students are what? Are guided. So, in conclusion, I want to say that students do not actually fail the internships, but rather the system itself and the mindset is the one that fails them. So, the challenges that I've shared with you today are overlooked precisely because sometimes they are uncomfortable. They touch identity, respect, and what? And boundaries. But I believe you, the practitioners that are here, and also the different partners, but also the different educators in the room, I believe you have the power to redesign the internship ecosystem. So I believe this workshop will be the start of a structured ethical identity, affirming placement for every social work student in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another hand clap for the students. As we get the second student, the second student should be coming up to present as we get the two professionals that we had said had something to say.
Okay, this afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. Maureen Orogot is my name, and I work with Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. I think he actually mentioned it as one of their challenges, but I think my question, and this was mainly to the lecturers in the room and those that do carry out the supervision, is what happens to students who are never supervised. Yep. There's a placement, we actually have conversations with the supervisors, but they never show face until the student leaves the internship program.
Can I answer that one? The student fails if the School of Social Work is ethical and competent. Where would you get the grade to pass? But I wanted also just to ask a question. I think you presented, this is really very good for some of us professionals, educators to know. Is this a case study or were you presenting a generalized view of students that are studying social work in Uganda?
Thank you, thank you. And my question will still go back. It's not their fault. You did not supervise.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, presenter. He's busy now, but that was a very powerful presentation. And it pretty much changes almost everything I want to say, and even the design. And I'm even wondering about what Bantwana is supporting NASO to do, because I think it was all captured in that presentation. So I think we should first go back for us who are designing and see to what extent are we, I just felt he framed everything. Congratulations. And I'm so excited to see that level of, analysis. And even the way he put it, he even used very good words. I didn't think we were uncomfortable. But just to say, I've been tickled by so much in this room. And there are people I know who should be advisors to this. Alex, in AfriChild, he said he can do it. Mr. Kasule, lecturer, he was saying thanks for those who are paying this. In NGO world, we shouldn't be going about lunches and things like that. So I'm just so glad that the people in this room, we're not getting stuck there. I'm so glad that we have lecturers who are saying that students have to be better prepared.
and be more serious. Because I don't know how many times we've had a discussion which has stopped by discussions of per diem, because you believe that in our world, we have per diem, we have transport, we have... Those kind of staff don't even last long in Botswana, but there is a place for them, and there are organizations that do that. But I think if you truly want to make a difference, I was also reflecting on myself. Why am I in this profession? You know, I started by wanting to be a missionary and things like that. But at the end of the day, and I'm not that religious, by the way, so we can put that aside. At the end of the day, what I was looking for was service. So if someone had directed me properly, I would have been a social worker. But now I know why I wasn't directed that way, because of maybe the lack of the respect for the field. In fact, they're called development workers, who will tell you they want the development. The student that we had who couldn't do half the things we're talking about and spent the time on TikTok. This was someone I thought I would personally supervise. I just couldn't understand them, their lack of own personal goals. Yet, this was a regional office in Hoima, this was a Munyoro. She didn't even care about the community or the environment. The parents, there seemed to be no guidance. She just wanted to get through it. But I was telling the team, the day her supervisor was coming, I thought she was going to, you know, self-destruct. She was so afraid of that visit and what we were going to say. And because I thought she was going to fall sick, I actually told the supervisor, she's done well. So I'm going back to what Mr. Kasule was saying, the lecturer. Oh, no, it was our lecturer from KIU. You know, you start praising someone because she was so afraid and she could hear the conversation. But she was really awful for so many reasons, including the guiding document that brought, even the supervisor actually who came, the questions they were talking to us about, but also in my own organization. I did hand her over. I couldn't manage her. She didn't like me anyway. She had, I think, problems with my accent. But then this person I gave her to was equally unpleasant. I said, but why are you giving me this person? So I think she also felt tossed around. I'll call her student X. But she gave us such an insight into why we need to get involved as Botswana. And I think that is a support to NASU. NASU, you have to play a coordination role. Someone called out NASU. Thank you, the person who called them out. Because even when we went to NASU, there was some basic information we wanted. Oh, no, we have a lot of organizations. Who are they? What are they? Where are they? What do they do? So we thought, we're not here to do a blame game. Huh? We're here to... I felt that he called it call to action. He had very clear actions about what we need to do. Someone said, just start by mapping. And even mapping, we all talk about ourselves as NGOs. And today, we will not present on Botswana, because then we're getting into that nonsense ego space. What we're here to do is to bring us all together, and also us practitioners to understand what, I mean, I'm talking as, you know, NGOs. We need to sign up to this program. We want universities to truly sign up, and then NASU to play a coordinating role, and together we will strengthen it. Thank you. A bigger hand clap. Then we get into student 2. Student 2, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Projected are my names, Babire Hanifa, a year 2 student, social work, Kambogo University. I'm so glad to be here. Allow me to thank the organizer of this event, the coordinator NASU. Thank you very much. I'm so happy that I don't know even how it feels being before you people. I'm so happy because how many are we? Thank you for including us students, the young people, to be amongst you, our elders. I don't want to waste much time because a lot has been said I came here, I wanted to present about challenges faced by students during our social work internships. By then, almost we have exhausted a lot of them. But at least since I was given a chance, allow me at least speak about 2 things or 2 points, just to feel like, yeah, I was before the elders. I'm going to speak about the challenge of academic and structural challenge. Like, this means some agencies where we apply as the social work students, you reach there and the agency has limited resources to the extent that sometimes for you to carry out your activities that you've been assigned to, you have to first wait for maybe some people to use the room, then after that you use it. I'll give you an example of where I was. It's not a bad agency, but then I used to work in 3 offices. It's not that maybe I was attached to all of them, but when I reached there, all these 3 people told me, sometimes you'll be working from here, the other day, the other side, like that. So it became so hectic. Not because they wanted, but sometimes those rooms or those places could be occupied. And then you have to look for that person to give you the keys. Then again, sometimes you fail to get that person. So you could be real disturbed. Then the other challenge is sexual harassment. Yes, sexual harassment. Like, you know, this applying for internship, it is kind of hectic. To me, the first time, because there is this, at our university we do internships, I think twice, or we are going to do it 3 times. We started in our year 1, we did internship, and I'm in year 2, I'm going to do another internship. But when you're applying for these things, this is the challenging period. You go to different offices, and these different offices, you're going to meet their different genders. Before someone maybe serves you, is going to ask you, day 1, give me your contact. Then you wait for him, he goes for break. You're sitting there, you're on an empty stomach. He comes back, he plays around with you, then he's like, I think it is midday, I have to go for lunch. Bam, you sit there. When you go back home, he's like, maybe come back on Tuesday. The whole of those 2 days is going to be disturbing you in your inbox. You see now, this and that, I think you understand. And then when you come back, since you want the placement, you're not going to reject his requests. There is a way you'll be disturbed, you know. You have to play soft. You have to play like, you know, you're taking in his requests, but then emotionally and psychologically, there is a way it tortures so much. Then allow me just talk about maybe propose these solutions, because according to me, I think if there's some things that maybe our universities could do, maybe will help us to come out of these challenges. Challenge 1 is strengthen supervision and the thorough mentorship, regular check-ins. This solution addresses the academic and the resource constraint. Some universities supervise students only once. It is my humble appeal that maybe universities should revise this point and at least visit us twice. Minimum, maybe at least. You never know, we shall share our challenges that we face in there at the agencies. Then the other solution is, I call upon universities to collaborate with these agencies, because some agencies really treat some students from particular universities. They have that attitude, like maybe someone has a beef, I don't know. There is a way they take you, like, because for us we were many from different universities at our agencies, but the treatment given to us was different. Every student from a particular university was treated different. I don't know whether it's because of poor collaboration between the agencies and universities, I don't know. So I really call upon universities to improve on that. I don't want to waste much of our time. Thank you for listening to me. May God bless you and give you messages on your way back.
A very, very big hand clap. And the issue of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. As somebody is asking, are students also harassing supervisors? And actually, online, there are some people who are following, and they are also commenting. So that is also very, very good. So it is two-way. As we have the next presenter come through, I also teach. As a female, sometimes those students are also not easy. Eh? They're also not very, very easy. It's two-way. There's a hand. Okay, as Mr. Mugaba also prepares to come through, he's a lecturer at Chambogo University, and he's also a PhD student.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Maybe it's a point of concern for now the teaching institutions, but also NASU, to put in place modular courses on life skills for the students, to be able to avoid issues like sexual harassment, but also how do you handle workplace pressure? Because you're in this workplace, you're going to find sexual harassment everywhere you go. How do you respond to it? How do you deter? How do you dress? Sometimes it's the way we dress. Sometimes it's the way we speak. Sometimes it's the way we've branded ourselves. Sometimes you're not even able to just detect that this organizational culture or sexual harassment is happening within this workplace, and maybe this is not the place I need to get out of. Are students given the opportunity to say that I do not need this internship, or I need to come out of this internship placement because of A, B, C, D? Can they come back and tell that to the supervisor at the university? And will they understand that? And maybe grant them another opportunity to get into another place where they will not be, sexually harassed, or where they're not able to meet diverse issues that they are not able to handle. But also problem solving is another aspect that students need. That's why I'm thinking the life skills aspect should be given to everyone. It shouldn't be left for children and only those that are having social issues, but it should be for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very big hand clap. Oh, there's a special hand. A very special hand.
Please clap for the secretary for identifying me. I've been yearning to speak. Yeah, and I'm happy to speak. Once again, I'm Margaret Ivy Namkobe. Yeah, social scientist at Medical Research Council. One thing I want to spot from the first student said their roles have been taken by other professions, social scientists. Now, I did a bachelor's in social work, but currently I'm working as a social scientist. Now, this comes back to us as students as we finish school. What is the area that you're selecting to practice? Social scientists have not taken our roles. Personally, my journey started with research, working with Makerere professors on their different research projects. And this, afterwards, I enrolled for internships in research intern at Restless Development Uganda, and I still practiced research, okay? And after this, again, now I'm at Medical Research Council. So what am I telling a fellow student? There is a journey to career growth. So as you start out for your internship, you're not just going to do FWA because you have a lot of theory in your head, but where is your passion? Where is your underlying power in practice? And employers are not looking out for students who are just coming as an intern. I wrote down something special here, that how are social work students identifying with the institution? How are you carrying yourself over there? Personally, when I joined Restless Development as a research intern, I was given leadership opportunities to spearhead volunteers who were doing data collection and all that. But this equipped me with a lot of skills, conflict resolution skills, a lot of things, how these young people give headache. And I felt it in the position of an employer that, oh, so this is how these young people give headache to these employers. You get? You schedule a meeting and you tell people, guys, we need you at 8:30. And they will arrive at 9:30. Okay? Now this is a student who'll go back and blame the organization. They blame us for this, they blame us for this, but they're not speaking about their what? Their mistakes. You're coming late. You're not showing up on time. You're not doing what you're expected to do. Then the complaint also about students is people are busy. This is what my supervisor usually tells me, no one is busy. It's how you avail yourself and give out your passion. I want to learn from you, Anna. I want to show up. This is why I need you. Can we schedule a meeting? And this is back to organizations. Let's give these social work interns opportunity to use our email domains. Why? It gives them the capability to start writing professional emails. There are many social work students that finish internship, but they don't know how to write a professional email. Do we agree? And also sometimes we neglect them in meetings. If you're a supervisor to one intern, allow them to be part of a meeting. Even if it's a donor meeting, let them be part of it. Why? They get opportunities to be confident. They get opportunities to speak. Their English generally improves. You'll not speak ordinary English that you've been using with friends, the jargons and what. You learn how to express yourself professionally. So this is back to employers. Give these interns opportunities to at least be in those meetings. Personally, by the time I left Restless Development, I was given opportunities to go to South Africa, present research findings, disseminate and speak all these things. But also Makere had given me an opportunity to always be part of dissemination meetings. It's at Africana, come, I come. And as a student, as you sit in these engagements, this is an opportunity for you to know how people speak, how you can improve presentation skills, how you can show up, how you can put up a hand and speak about something. Then also another thing is there is also the entitlement syndrome. Now why I talk about entitlement syndrome, it's common in students that have been on scholarships. Why? These are students who are not used to suffer. These are students who are used to money. It's money that is going to make me go to class because they're paying my tuition. Sometimes we take these scholarships as an entitlement. You're not ready to do something because you're not being given an incentive of airtime or what. But I want to call upon students that sometimes you also need to invest in yourself. We need to invest in knowledge. These professionals or supervisor you're blaming, sometimes it's also investing in an online course or they're even upgrading with their own money you get. So it's not that all the time people are going to be giving you transport for something. Maybe sometimes even your lecturers are calling you for opportunities, but you always say, no, I don't have transport, no, I don't have transport. My dear, the world is harsh. We need to get out of the comfort zone and know that no one is coming to just defend us. For me, I was lucky. Restless Development provides stipends for all interns. We're being given 500,000. But an entitled youth would say, 500 is little. Now it can take me 3 months. Why are you renting on 500? Find a relative where you can stay. Be innovative with the little resources that you have to ensure that you don't strain the employer, but also don't show up with a gloomy face. You're not being given this. You're on a journey. This is a reminder, students, you're on a journey. The money you want to earn, there is no speedy path. You're on a journey and you're yearning to, to get something. Then also students should embrace networking opportunities. Where you see an opportunity, for example, if you see something has been advertised, go to your supervisor. Do you think I can also be part of this? Do you think I can also be here? And if they feel they can avail you the opportunity, they will send you, please, Margaret, go and represent us. Go and be there for us. And this is what is going to keep building you, making you stand out in people, making you, So get out of your comfort zone, and no one is busy unless you avail yourself. How many times have you gone to that supervisor you're blaming for being busy? First of all, they may be having quarterly reports, they may be having deadlines and all, but they have to fix you in their time. So ensure that you earn their time. Because people have many things on their heads. They're not going to wait for a lazy student who thinks the supervisor is going to remind you, now what is the check-in today? You can also propose, can we be having regular check-ins on Tuesdays? Are you free after lunch? Can we talk about this? Those are some of the important skills that as young people should go out there with. Then I want to tell universities that a 2-month internship is not enough to learn. Because as even professionals, when we are hired, they first tell you, we are giving you 3 months probation. Why? because they know in 3 months you're liable to mistakes, you're liable to, you're still finding yourself and your feet in that organization. So to me, I feel the 2 months or 6 weeks or 8 weeks is not enough for learning. But yeah, as for now, in the Ugandan system, we can just say that it's an opportunity for learning, and so we have to utilize it. But it's just a workmanship to give in an internship report, and some young people are not utilizing it. Those are some of the things I wanted to speak about. Thank you.
A very, very big hand clap. The microphone goes to our lecturer from Chambogo University.
Thank you so much, Angel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Mugabe. I work with Chambogo University, where I also happen to coordinate internship in the department. Maybe as we get ready, I want to take the opportunity to thank all agencies that take our students for internship. I want to say thank you so much, and we continue to request that you continue helping our students. I have a small presentation here. Thank you so much. I'm just making a presentation on the status, about the status, current status of social worker internship in Chambogo University. This has been explained by Dr. Nareba in the beginning, the importance of internship, and because of that, we don't take internship at Chambogo for granted. The most preferred agencies where students go, we encourage them to go to primary agencies. These include NGOs, civil society organization, although at a later time we also encourage them to use government agencies and departments. Our practice is that we have a paper before the students go for internship. There's a paper we teach them. It's a theory paper about internship, and we give our students 10 weeks. That's about 450 hours. That is if they are consistent in doing their practice. We issue them with the placement letters. They bring back the acceptance. We capture, then we do briefing of the students. Although the turn-up is not always good, but we do the briefing. Then we issue them with the tools, which include the logbooks. And also sometimes, if it is in time, we give them the supervisors before they go. So we expect them to report as soon as exams end to the places where they secured the places. We hold before supervisors go for internship, we normally have a meeting with the supervisors. These are supervisors who are social worker learning. We assume that whoever is going to participate is a social worker or have a background in social work and in the department. So we issued these supervisors with tools and supervision plans. We always do 2 supervisions, minimum is 2 supervisions. The first one is basically to guide the students on what they are supposed to do. For example, how do you develop a learning contract? How do you sit with the supervisor to establish a rapport? That's normally in the first 3 weeks of their practice. Then as we go for the second one, we are checking whether what we guided worked for them. The supervisors do submission of supervision report per visit. When you went the first time, what was there, you submit the second time, like that. Then we expect them to also mark and submit the results. But before these results are submitted, maybe are accessed by students, we ensure that we discuss them and also share the experiences that supervisors have about the practice or the exercise. And that's how the process goes on over and over. As I said, supervision is done by 3 people. We have the agency-based supervisor, who is preferably with a background in social work. That's what we encourage. But as many people have lamented here, some agencies don't have them. But we feel comfortable if the supervisor is having a background in social work. We also send a universal academic supervisor. We also have monitors, which could be the dean, the head of department, and the internship coordinator. I have already talked about this. We have minimum of 2 visits. The first one is to guide the students, and the second one we are checking and see if they have addressed those comments. We have duties of the supervisors, the monitors, and others, because whoever is in the internship, these 3 people we have talked about have some roles. Some of them include mapping. Mapping means that as you go to supervise, you need to assess the suitableness of this agency to conduct internship further, such that you come and tell us that where it was a good place and you have secured this number of vacancies for the students. We expect them to guide the student on reporting, report writing. You also mark and submit the scores in time. You counsel and guide the student. We expect them to interface with the agency supervisors about the performance of the student. For us in Kyambogo, the agency supervisors don't score, but they can give remarks about the student. And previously they used to score, but they could give exorbitant scores. Exorbitant. So these days we tell them comment. Then as we come, we shall also sit with you and listen to you. Then we also listen to the students. Among the things that will come at last, these students make presentations about what happened during the internship. So we do the briefing of the student together with the supervisors. We expect as supervisors go to market the faculty programs and the university at large, and also identify the possible agencies for the next internship. As I've heard members saying, we are in competition kind of situation. And also submit a joint supervision report, which combines all others. The monitors have to ensure that students' welfare is guaranteed. And when talked about monitors, I meant the dean, the head of department, the internship coordinator. At times we are forced to find out whether our students are sleeping well. Because if they are not sleeping well, they will not come the next day. So we ask, are you safe where you are? If it's a government student, we ensure we process their allowances. Then they also market the programs in the university and also identify agencies. Then we have the agents-based supervisor. These ones, we expect them to set the learning contract with learners, basing on what they do. Then they do daily guidance and also be able to assess their learning outcomes if they have been achieved. The students have also responsibility that are well stipulated there, ensure that they are there 24 hours from 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. Then they also write weekly reports, which is approved by the agent supervisor, write reports, and also we expect them to maintain professional image. Some of the tools we use during the supervision, we have introductory letters. Some agencies ask, you are saying you are from Kyambogo, what shows that you have actually come to do this? We give them. We also give them a copy of the logbook that students have already. We give them community practice and fieldwork guidelines. We give them report writing guidelines. We give them the assessment forms. We also give them the report writing guides and marking guide. We also give them mark submission form, monitoring form, agent supervisors form. But that's why I said, but much as we have that form, they don't score, but they comment about the performance of the student. Then we also give them the lists of the students they are going to supervise and the districts where they are going. Areas of assessment, Dr. Nareva has already talked about some of them when talked about the areas, for example, application of social worker knowledge attitude, competence, and problem-solving skills. You look at how they apply the social worker theories and skills, techniques, and professionalism. We also want to look at their collaboration abilities, maturity, and communication abilities, networking, and others. At the end of the exercise, we expect them to come up with a report. We expect them to develop a case storybook, a case story of the cases they have handled. They could have handled many cases, but at least we want them to at least cite out to a few, maybe 2 or 3, that they have successfully handled, and also be able to mention at least one that they have not failed and give us the reason why they were not able to solve such cases. Then the other one is making class presentation about the fieldwork experience as students. Well, this goes on, there are hindrances. One of them is commitment, and this commitment is from both the student and the supervisor. And we are not committed to this particular exercise, despite the fact that people have talked about the advantages and benefits. Then we have tourism supervision. People do supervision as if they are touring. 2 minutes is in another agency. You have given somebody 20 students to supervise and shows you that he has supervised in 2 days they are done. And he said, me have finished seeing every student. It's because he was touring. Some people just sign in the arrival book or in the visitors book and say, where is the student? They are going for lunch. I will come back some other time. We really don't have any time. We are more of tourists than social workers who are supposed to supervise. It is true people have talked about facilitation. I think this is an economic problem. Resources must be scarce. So we can never provide enough. I've had many people complaining. We have limited social worker agencies, and I think as we talked about the primary agencies, they are not many. They are not many. Given the fact that I think she's the one who has talked about you said, we used to send our students, you said, it's no more now. And when you said went, it also went with other agencies. So the number has dwindled a bit. The time allocated for this practice is really small or too little for the students to know something. I've said we start supervision in the 2nd week or 3rd week. But by that time, students are just settling. For you are going to assess what they have done in the 1st week, in the 2nd week. And sometimes we're even giving scores. Then we are also talking about students' practice to marks other than learning. They are looking at the score, 90. In fact, I think it was last year when one of our supervisors failed a student. Even ourselves we ask how? How? Can you explain how can somebody fail internship? As if internship is not supposed to be failed. So it was a big issue. Many of us, including myself during that time, I was working for marks. Not really learning. Then the business mind of some agencies, you find an agency with about 20 people, 20 students. Each person is paying some money. So the more number you have, the more money you. Not that you are going to help them really learn something. And this goes in line with also poor selection of agencies. We have limited social worker professionals at the agencies. And we have negative attitudes about internship from some students and others. So, what do we recommend? We need to increase the frequency and the quality visits and support our students during internship. For us, we have said we have encouraged minimum 2, but even 2 is not adequate. 2 is not adequate. So we can have as many visits as possible and ensure that we give quality visits. And this quality visit means alerting the student that tomorrow I will be there. Prepare. We are going to have an interaction. Some of us do abrupt visits. Abrupt. These are human beings. Sometimes they fall sick. Sometimes they have lack transport. Sometimes they have been sent to the field. But when you go and you are not there, you say, that's not quality visit. Then we are also calling, we can supplement the supervision, if you can't, with the phone calls. Can phone call with the supervisor, can phone call the student, you can, such that you're really in touch with the student. Then we are also talking about Songo supervisor engagement is social, essential. Engagement with the supervisor. Some people go to agencies, then they come back when they have not seen the supervisor of the agency, and they score the student. He has not met the supervisor, he has not met the manager, but the student has 90. That one-sided kind of assessment may not be good. Then we need a robust structure about internship model, and this I think what members are. We need standardization. I was hearing some people. In Chambogo we do 10. In Makerere, a full year. I heard someone talking about 8. Another one is going to do 6 weeks. So, which one? It's just a recent thing. So, who is doing right about internship? The one of a full year, the one of 10 weeks, the one of 6 weeks. As far as I know, the world standard, a student should have at least done between undergraduate between 400 hours to 4,000 to 6,000 hours. So, but now if you do 6, are you even halfway of those hours? Then we are also saying we have bothered the our service agencies so much. We need a memorandum of understanding between the universities and the agencies. Otherwise, if we continue crying, no memorandum of understanding, no what, these people will take these. And I've heard people saying that for us, the supervisors, we are facilitated. Who facilitates the agency? Maybe through the memorandum of understanding, they will really know what you are supposed to do. And in conclusion, we all believe that internship is important. It helps students to get exposed to the real world, and it's the only platform where students can critically analyze issues and be able to handle them effectively. So therefore, as some of the people have said here, it increases their employability, confidence, and competence. So I would urge you that we continue to do it and find a way of doing it better. Now, members, when I was entering the office of coordination, I entered it last year. I picked interest in this gentleman called Esman and Alfiga, 2024. He conducted a study about internship generally in Ghana, and he has good findings. So we can, if you can access the book, well and good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm still Rogers Nwamanya, and I'm the current acting national coordinator of NASU. We invited very many people, and you decided to come here today, and we have to thank you very much for coming and for making it here today. Thank you very much. But before we go for lunch, I would like to remind you that on 17th March, we had the International Social Worker Day at the Kampala International University. Majority turned up. We also appreciate whoever joined us on that very day. At this juncture, allow me to invite the Vice President to hand over a few certificates for organizations that have so far fulfilled full membership, but also to appreciate the role played by Kampala International University. It hosted us and we enjoyed life. Those who are here can testify. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rogers. And thank you, the lecturer from Chambogo, the coordinator. We really appreciate. That was great. I think we have picked so many insights. And the students who presented and everybody who has been on the floor. We really appreciate you so much. And everyone who is here, thank you for your time. Thank you for your great contributions. The ideas were really, really great. We've been taking notes, and we are going to see how we can coordinate this and make it better for our students, the universities, and also for the agencies. But before we give out the certificates, allow me respond to a few things. There are some comments that were made, and I felt tickled, and I didn't want to go away without saying something about them. I'll try to be as brief as possible. The student representative, the gentleman, sorry I forgot the name, thank you for that wonderful presentation. You talked about students being ashamed of the social work profession, and sometimes it's reinforced both at the university and where they go to do field work. Our cause is noble because we touch humanity. If anything, social workers are needed today more than ever before. Because when you look around you, the social problems are on the increase, not so? Yes. Actually, advancement in technology has caused more issues than we had in the past. We have challenges of unemployment. We have homes without fathers are increasing. Today, because parents are working, in our days when we were growing up, our moms would be at home. Now today you find the mother is working in Kabale, the father is in Jinja, and the family is in Kampala. Okay? So how do you position yourself as a social worker to solve a problem? We are called to be solutionists, okay? Yes, and as long as there are problems, then we should be answers to those problems, and definitely we shall have a lot of work to do. The fields have changed. NGOs are closing. That is a reality. It's a problem. But other opportunities are coming up, okay? So if you look clearly, if you can find your niche, if you can keep educating yourself, if you can get mentors, the opportunities for work are there. When I was introducing myself, I said I'm a social entrepreneur because I had worked with NGOs and I saw the challenges that women go through. So I said, what can I do about this? Where can I find a solution? Menstruation is a real challenge, and girls drop out of school every day because of it. I read a story of girls in Eastern Uganda who were using fine sand and kavera during that season, and I was like, no, there is a problem here. And I went into it. It's working, okay? So think, look around you, where is the problem? You can find a solution, and don't allow anyone to demoralize you. Then about sexual harassment, it is real, and we need to face it. It's not just sexual harassment. Actually, harassment in the workplace, in all forms, is there. So we need to be prepared for it because of the kind of people that we are working with. I liked the presentation from the lady of Restless Development. That was really beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, but we need to equip ourselves to face the real world. We need to be tough. We need to be strong. We need to be smart. So equip yourself. Learn, get mentors in the field, okay? Because these are real problems. Wherever you go, you're going to find them, and they shouldn't put you off work because you'll have a family to feed at the end of the day. And then the last one is about monetization. We're here disagreeing with my colleague, with Peter. Yeah, I'm of the view that agencies that are employing social work students shouldn't expect money. Yeah, because already parents are struggling with tuition fees at universities. It's quite a lot. Some are selling goats and land to get those students to university. So if they have to pay money for internship at the places where these students are going, then the bill is going to get higher, and at the end of the day, it incapacitates the student. So I'm looking at it in the perspective of you're getting someone to do work for which you would pay another employee to do, and they are doing it free of charge. You just need to give them a bit of coaching here and there, and these young people are smart. They'll do for you a very fine job, yes, and then you commend them at the end of the day. So it's a win-win on either side. We need not to look at it in monetary terms, in my opinion. Thank you so much. Now, Yeah, we have the certificates here, and we want to appreciate people who have supported us in the social work field. Yeah, so Dr. Peter will be calling out the names, then we shall hand over the certificates. Thank you. Let's give them a big appreciation as they come. They did us a great job. Thank you so much.
He also takes for Kampala International University for hosting us very well this year 2026. The next one is for membership paid by Uganda Teachers University. So I'll ask Mr. Kastre to come and take it to Uganda Teachers University. These are universities that have subscribed for their membership 2026. Next is the University of Surrey. They are fully paid for this year, so we recognize their membership. And please, head of department, come forth to take this. Following is Action in Africa. They are paid organizational membership for 2026, June 2027. Representative Action in Africa. Not here, we shall keep it for them till next time. And finally, we have our great partners, the Bantwana Initiative.
Thank you so much. We can now proceed for lunch, but before we go for lunch, we have to commit this lunch to God. So we shall have a volunteer to pray with us. We shall eat lunch, come back here for just a few things. Maybe in 1 hour we should cross after lunch, so we shall come back here after lunch. And go asking your friend that in which field of social work are you so much strong on? You are in which field of social work? So that doesn't have to be all over. At least we have somebody whom we can know. Social work with elderly persons, we consult so and so. I thank you so much. Now may I ask some volunteer to pray with us. We have Pastor Hope.
Thank you. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the grace you have accorded unto us from the time we began up to now. We commit our meals into your most stable hands, that you may sanctify them and bless us as we partake of them, to nourish our bodies, to gain strength and knowledge, to continue doing your will. Remember those that are in need and provide for them. Bless the hands that are prepared and those that are provided. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Kutula n'ennyingo kutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Tally con expiry date. Buli kaseera njagala mbewendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby. Sembera, wameza n'ekyejo. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, awo. Sita kubeyo, chakala kubeno. Ntekeyo, oyo, oyo. Oyo, oyo. The way you dance, girl, give a man fever. Got your body, but you make a man shiver. Bad girl, make a man fever. Got your body, but you...
We have representatives from Uganda Rights Child NGO Network. We recognize your presence. Child's Eye Foundation, Uganda Youth Development Link, Ministry of Gender is fully represented here. Makere Institute of Social Development, Bantwana Initiative, Afri Child, Advanced International University. We have Makere University, UCU Mukono, Kampala University, Jinja Campus is fully represented. We have IU, Mbale. We have Cornerstone University. We have Nkumba University, Chambogo University. Nsamizi is also in the house. We have Medical Research Council, Straight Talk Foundation, Apex International University. We have representatives from Metropolitan International University. Then we have EYDI. And in case I've not mentioned your organization, please, I'm very sorry, but we welcome each one of you. And for sparing your time, yes, we have Murago Hospital. It is fully represented by my comrade in academics. Thank you very much, Pastor Hope Kenneth. Yeah, the next session, we still have a few presentations. Then after that, we shall move on and see what to do. Thank you very much. Please, 5 minutes. Actually, 4. Thank you.
No problem. I have no problem with time. Good afternoon. I hope you have a nice lunch. So, as my colleague has stated, I'm doing some research on Ubuntu. I wonder whether any of you have heard anything about Ubuntu. I think the nearest here in Central is Ubuntu Ulam. So what I am trying to do is theorize around the thought processes, professional thinking of social workers, leaders, students, around how they practice and whether they are living up to the spirit of Ubuntu, Bulam, for those who are from the Central. At the moment, I just want to network with people who might be interested to engage with me, build my network. So my colleague Rogers will send out a flyer that has a form where you can express interest. And then at some point, maybe probably in July, I'll contact you again to see whether we can have a deeper discussion around how you make your decisions. How do you decide to intervene? What are the values as an African? Because many of you are Africans, I assume, looking at you. How does that influence your decision making? Or does it have no relevance? Do you think about it? Am I acting in ways that are consistent with the perspective of Ubuntu Bulam as a social worker? To what extent? You might be able to say, well, it doesn't matter. It's a lot of nonsense. Or you might say, I am a complete addict to Ubuntu. Then we'll discuss. So he will send out a flyer, and then you can express interest. I'm not collecting data at the moment, but I'm just setting out feelers to social workers. If you're a practitioner, you're a manager, you're a student in your final year, and then we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, and also to make friends, because if you decide you don't want to get him involved, at least we can chat about things from time to time. Yeah. At the moment, I am doing my PhD, and I lecture in Tennessee online until I can get my PhD. Then I'll do it physically. So opportunities. I have contacts in people who are interested in football, soccer. I know some people who are in that field. So anyway, that's it. That was my message. Yeah? So you send out a flyer, and if you're interested, please do engage. You put your name down, and then I'll engage at some point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. And in case you want to join NASU, the Might Association, membership is 50,000 for social workers, and the associate members in the field is 50,000, students is 20,000, and the institutional membership is 300 Ugandan shillings. Only in case you have the monies with you, you can check with Madam Kreya. She's seated at the entrance. She will serve you and she will give you a receipt. We appreciate those who have just joined. Musi John Kadwanema has just joined. Then Tracy Jeruk has also joined the association. Please clap for them. Yeah. And I know you will also join. Thank you very much. And please, feel free to visit our website. It is so informative. Visit our Facebook page, Twitter. Is it Twitter or it's X? Whatever. Thank you very much. Let's move on, and our plan is to make sure that we are here. We have left this place by 4:30. Thank you. Angela. Do we have Angela in this building? Okay. Let's see how to move on. DJ.
Digestion starts taking place. Eh? You start thinking. Some people start saying yes, no. Eh? I don't know why they don't. Yeah, actually, they keep on saying yes, 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 yes. I don't know why they don't say no. But we're going to try as much as possible to make this lively. And we're also going to try as much as possible to ensure that we finish earlier so that we don't have to get into the jam of the day. So please, let's ensure that we do things chap so that we don't get into the jam of the day. Before we broke off, we had very, very important discussions. But we also had prepared some professionals who needed to do presentations. There's a professional from AfriChild who also wants to share. We had students share. It becomes a risk. But also, On the mentorship side, yes, as lecturers, we also receive those students when they are still, yes, young, immature. It is nurture on one way or another. Part of the questions that we needed to answer and what we have been discussing is the roles of each stakeholders. Immature student, busy lecturer, or maybe busy institution. Yeah? How do we come together to see that each of the stakeholders plays their role to ensure that we have this professional, and at the end of the day, the social work profession is pushed forward, and we have the community served, and everything is okay. We are setting up for our presenter from AfriChild to also share their side of the story. At the end of it all, we shall, at the end of this workshop, we shall have some action points that we shall take away. And we also need to distribute responsibility. This is not a responsibility for NASU alone. It's not responsibility for Botswana, or not responsibility for AfriChild or the universities. All of us should play a role in ensuring that we move forward together. Dr. Nareba had given us the analogy of the body parts. Yeah? If the academic institutions are the eyes, and they are saying, and who is the mouth that is eating? Eh? Who is the mouth that is eating? Everyone fears to be the mouth. Eh? And who are the ears? And who are the legs? Or the hands, the arms? So all of us should come together to ensure that all those body parts are functional. I just want to welcome somebody from AfriChild. AfriChild has done a number of studies. Is very, very strong in research. And we commend AfriChild for that. And for also always participating in social work activities. So as you go back, please send our regards to Timothy Opobo and the whole AfriChild fraternity. Thank you so much.
Maybe before I send them, let me first bring them. I bring greetings from Timothy and the AfriChild colleagues and AfriChild team entirely. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now I see I'm very far. People who were presenting from the other side were very close to the people. But now I say I'm very far from you. But I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Alex Arinitwe, once again. Okay, I've got some help. Someone will run for me the slides and I'll be doing the talking. I also like teaching, though I'm not a teacher. Social workers stand up. Social workers stand up. Social workers stand up. Social workers stand up. Okay. Okay, social workers, you can sit. Associate social workers, you can stand. Associate social workers, you can stand. Associate social workers, you can sit. Ugandans, you can stand. Ugandans, I want Ugandans to stand. Hey, you man, you're Nigerian also? My fellow Nigerian, you can remain seated. Okay, Ugandans, you can sit. Okay, Thank you. So I'm going to make this presentation on behalf of AfriChild, but also representing some other organizations that might not be here, but also adding to the voices of other organizations and members of organizations that spoke earlier about internship. But also, I mentioned in the morning that I did internship 3 times. Okay? 12 years ago. That was the last year. 12 years ago, I was an internship student. And then I've worked with internship students for 4 or 5 years now. And every year, at least I have an internship student I'm working with. And also, I'm about to be an internship student again. I think next year I'll be an internship student somewhere where I don't know. So I have those, I'm putting on those images of being an internship student, working with internship students, but also expecting to be an internship student in the future. Okay, so AfriChild is a child-focused research organization. And it's a Ugandan-based NGO that was established in 2013 by so many partners. He has gone to the next slide, but those partners include Makerere University, Columbia University, Child Fund, TPO, UNICEF, and that is government, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who came together and said we need a center for research where child-focused research can be housed and then support different other NGOs in conducting this research. Next. So we conduct research, but also we have capacity strengthening programs that are housed at AfriChild. And then we don't stop at just doing research. We want our research to inform and impact policy. And also we also believe in partnerships. Partnerships and collaboration. That's why when we hear things like NASU, it's of interest because we believe that we need to move as umbrellas. Someone said we no longer have competition amongst organizations, but we are going to have partnership competitions. Bantwana is partnering with AfriChild, partnering with other 6 organizations, competing with UNICEF, partnering with other 8 organizations. I think that's where we are moving. And at the end of the day, as long as we are contributing to the same goal. Next, please. So our research priorities are in those areas: child survival and health, development and education, child care and protection, then child participation. And those are also enshrined in the National Child Policy of 2020 as our guiding policy that we follow, and all our research is around that. I don't want to go into all that, but anyone who wants to know more about AfriChild, you can go to our website and check some of the studies that we've conducted. Recently, we partnered with Bantwana. I was telling Susan that we've been meeting online. It's today that I met her physically. So we've done a lot of studies there. Next. So internship, I joined AfriChild in 2022. And among the people that started AfriChild, I mentioned Columbia University. So over the years, AfriChild was getting internship students, but from Columbia University in the US. And specifically from the Maine School of Public Health. So we were not getting students from Uganda, can you imagine, since 2013. It would happen, but it was casual. A student has walked in and said, okay. Yeah, but in 2022, from 2022, we started getting students from Uganda and also being intentional on having them. Now, this year, what has changed is that we have introduced an internship and volunteership guideline in the AfriChild's structure, organizational structure, where we are saying that, okay, we want these students, but we want to treat them as a continuous staff process, where students are expected to bring their letters, and then maybe HR will request them to also express some interest, and then they are going to start being given contracts also as internship students. And we were talking about standards in the morning. So we are saying, okay, yes, a student will come with a letter from the university, but once they are accepted, then we need them to follow the standards at AfriChild. So be given a contract stipulating that you are an internship student. You are requested to come from Monday to Friday to office from 8 to 5, or 8 to 3, or 9 to 1, depending on the agreement. And this is what I was saying, that those things preliminarily need to be discussed between the student, the supervisor at the agency, and also the supervisor at the institution, or academic supervisor. So this year, we have so far received 26 letters, student letters from different universities who want to do internship with us. But someone mentioned that some organizations, they bite what they can't swallow, or they chew what they can't swallow. So we don't want to chew what we can't swallow. We shall quickly screen them and then get 5 of them out of 26, and then the rest, I think, we'll look for other organizations. So by end of April, we will have confirmed a few to work with. I've mentioned 5. Why? Because we know that we have a few projects that are going on, research projects, and we want to be intentional on having those. So what have we benefited? By the way, internship students, they do a lot of work, and I want us to all know that except those that have a few challenges, Madam Susan was sharing in the morning, those who are difficult in courts, but they support program activities, including writing, putting down activity work plans and all that. They participate in field work activities. They also support report writing, workshops and conferences, including participating in meetings, organizing committees, and others. Now, allowances. Now, this is AfriChild. Remember, don't say that that guy presented that you give allowances to students. No, we don't give allowances, but there is lunch. So AfriChild gives lunch to its staff. So when we have an internship student, we will not say, please don't eat because you are not staff here. So when they are working with us, they are staff, so they also eat lunch at office. Now, there are times when, being a research institutions, we are many times in the field. So when we go with them, the expectation, not even their expectation, but as an institution, we won't say, now this student, let's get accommodation for staff and let this student find where to sleep. No, we treat them as staff. So where I sleep, if I go to Hoima, it's where an internship student will sleep. If I'm getting a field allowance or per diem of 50,000, this internship student will also get 50,000, because from the Ubuntu perspective that John is from telling us, but also they are contributing to an institution. Someone said that they are actually doing work that you would have hired someone to do. So why should you say, this is a student, let him, don't give him 50,000 per diem because he's a student, no? But then, in institutions where people go to the field and they are not facilitated, a student shouldn't expect to be facilitated. In institutions where lunch is not provided, a student shouldn't expect to be given lunch, isn't it? So we don't expect any student to pay for internship. It's not necessary. I don't know those who pay, who they pay to and why they pay. But there shouldn't be any organization expecting a student to pay for internship, isn't it? Unless I'm not speaking to for other organizations, but I don't think any NGO should expect a student to pay for internship. And then, so you see that reciprocity, that a student comes and does all that work. Then at the end of the day, we also work with their supervisors and assess them, and they go and they either pass or fail depending on how they have performed. So how does AfriChild benefit also? We know that strong partnerships with academic institutions, every day we grow stronger. Makerere, of course, has reached out with internship students. Some other institutions have also tried to send some. So we know that there is that partnership, but also talent identification. Since 2023, I've seen two people coming back to AfriChild and working. And they came as internship students after their graduation. They are now working, but they are in the accounts department. They are not social workers. So hopefully in future, we will have some social workers also being retained or coming for jobs and they get them at AfriChild. So some learnings, these have been shared since morning, but just to re-emphasize without regurgitating. One, clear expectations. It's very essential. So when a student comes, you might find their interest is in something, and then the organization where they are placed isn't giving them anything. I did my first internship with police, the Child and Family Protection Unit. And then there was another, I think, sub-office in that same office called Community Liaison Office. Someone knows about it. So as I was there, after 2 weeks, they gave me a police bicycle. I started riding a police bicycle in Nansana, by the way. And all of a sudden, I found myself involved in land cases. So I would go with, I think, the community liaison person to solve land cases. And I remember there's a time a community wanted to ban someone, and we were involved. But the question is, so I don't know whether I was still doing the social work that had taken me to do, but sometimes we students find them lost, yet they have interests. So these things can be ironed out in the beginning before even internship placement starts. Targeted assignments for better learning. There is a student in Makerere that I worked with last year. Every time he would come and say, on Monday he would come and say, Alex, this week, this is what I think I can contribute. What do you think? And then we sit and make a plan. Monday morning. And then on Friday, I would sit with him again to see, to look at accomplishments and then start planning for the following week. But also, someone talked about students who just come and be on TikTok. So I want to say that it's two-way. Every student who goes to an organization and doesn't have a caring supervisor at the organization is bound to find challenges. Agree? Do you agree? Now, every student who also is not interested in learning and does not even take an initiative to check with the supervisor assigned to them at the institution is also bound to find challenges because people are busy. Madam Kajura here, she's busy, like very busy. Maureen there. Maureen in a week, I don't know how many days she sits at her desk because Maureen and myself are always somewhere in a meeting, where in workshops. So people are busy. So every student who doesn't initiate some conversations is bound to face challenges, and the other way around. And then between supervisors also. An academic supervisor and an organization supervisor. We are saying that, first of all, the length of attachment is short. Someone mentioned it. Apart from recently, I think Makerere has added a 4th year on the social work course, where you are attached to the community. The concept of social labs, where you are attached to the community, and then you are working with that community. But a period of 8 weeks, it's very easy to be in an organization and in 8 weeks, you've not done anything much. So we are saying that the period is short, but since it is short, let's handle it the way it is. At least an academic supervisor, my lecturers who are in this room, please don't come only once when you are supervising this student, usually towards the end or the last week of internship. That's when some supervisors come, academic supervisors. But even the field supervisor has never talked to the academic supervisor. No one knows anyone. I told you that my experience, even the lecturer who supervised me for internship, I got to know that he was my supervisor the day he came to supervise. So, and he called me, good enough I was at office. So if they had sent me to the field, he was not going to find me. But my attachment supervisor had never spoken to the person, and now, so we can do better. At least don't meet physically. You can have each other's email and have short meetings, even if it's 15 minutes. Just ask me, how is Hope doing? How is this person doing? Just that. We are not asking for too much. So recognition and motivation, okay, maybe it's not essential, but maybe it's also, so that one we want to also include it in the AfriChild way of doing things. At least appreciate these students with certificates. Those who do well during their internships, not everyone. Then, presentations from students on their reports to both organizations of attachments and the university as part of assessments. So these Columbia students, when they come after their placement, they have, they call them Apex presentations, where the organization where they've been working, their lecturers, and the students, even the students' parents, they log on and listen to presentations, what this student has learned, and then they ask the organization supervisor to just make a comment about the student. Then the academic supervisor also makes comments. Then sometimes the parent also says, oh, I'm happy. So as part of assessment, maybe we could also think about that. This is to the academic institutions. We can organize and see if we can add it there. Otherwise, if you ask me whether a student I worked with last year passed, I don't know whether they passed, because
at least one of the person that I mentored who is working with Bantwana, can you clap for her? So those are the fruits of social work. Social work is real. I had to jump out because I was among the first people to come here. My daughter wasn't feeling okay, and that is part of social work. I'm married with one wife who is a female. You know, these days you have to be very careful. So we are preparing as Reason Sustainable. We are working with different organizations. That is Edify, of course, our mother, National Social Work Association of Uganda, and the two bodies. Is it UNSA? Do you know UNSA? Some people here are part of UNSA, and then many other organizations like Edify and SurePay. Please, you can ask me about SurePay, and I will give you a business. You give us business because we have good services for the social workers. So our objective is to see that we can use what we have. We are preparing a national Reason marathon that is going to happen, I think, between Chambogo University and our friend Dr. Muganga. There are many people who are behind us. And please, make sure that you, when we call you, when we come to you, come and be part of the supporting system. And then the other last thing, we have, on Friday, we have main mental health workshop. I don't know, people can just register if you want, because the slots are just limited around in Tinda. Our colleague from USA is just come in Uganda to make sure that we can see how we can partner with National Social Work, and whoever need to hear about men, only men. You know what we go through as men. So the discussion will be about how men can go over the mental health, though it cuts across. But for Friday, it is only men mental health. May God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buyinza Emmanuel, for your communication. Allow me to invite Mr. Katamba Enoch from Bugama University to summarize his presentation. Then we shall get into on another big item of the day, then we should wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, members. Enuka Katamba is my name, and I'm representing Bugema University as a practicum coordinator for the School of Social Sciences. A lot has been said. I will not share what others have been sharing. There are certain key things that seem to be cutting across. And to be brief, I can run this personally. That is a brief introduction that at School of Social Sciences, we house many programs and we have a guideline that we follow. There are many reasons as to why students go for this activity. But of course, the major one is for them to gain experience and also be able to translate the theories into practice. We also believe they also benefit a lot when they interact with the institutions and also the various stakeholders at different levels. On our side as instructors, it gives us room to engage on a one-to-one with those key institutions. And we actually thank all of you that give placements to our students. And may God bless you. Maybe one key thing I took from A Free Child, when you talked of 26 students, but out of the 26, you only be able to give an offer of 5, implying that they are pending. At times when they overweight, they put a lot of pressure and also stress on our side. How I wish that in God's intervention, you can maybe head past always be responding a little bit fast, maybe within 2 weeks, as if a yes or no can be given, so that they can try somewhere else instead of, say, having 26, but out of the 26, we only hope to have only 5. But on the side of the organization, it gives you room to look out for those that can qualify when they are serious. At Bugema University, we usually have 2 practicums. We usually have 1 and 2, and they usually take 6 credit hours. That is just a brief description for that. We may not go through that in interest of time. But when it comes to assessment, students should expect to be assessed formatively during placement and also summatively after placement, and they should realize that assessment can be either formal and also informal. And what I mean by being informal, we try to answer some of these questions. Are these students interested in what they are doing? Do they start the work on time? Are they actually dressed appropriately? Do they understand the instructions? If not, of course, always the field supervisors can tell regarding that. But on the formal assessment for Bugema University, successful completion of placement depends clearly on the defined outcomes. And these include: 1, we have a designated number of weeks in placement where we believe that they should work for 8 hours a day within 5 days a week. That makes 40 hours a week times the 10 weeks to gives us the 400 hours. But of course, part of what I've learned, we have variations in this duration, but I believe NASU will guide on that. Otherwise, it is not universally, or it is not uniform. Each institution has its own way of conducting practicum. This is how we do the grading. They take the daily attendances where we grade them out of 10. Then the university supervisor evaluation also carries 30%. Then the field supervisor's evaluation also carries 30%. Then they also make a report, which we also mark out of 30, and that gives us a total of 100. Maybe it is slightly different when it comes to the counseling program, that for them we have the needs assessment, which we grade out of 10. They also have a project plan that we mark out of 5. Then project implementation, which we mark out of 15. They also go through mentorship sessions after every 2 weeks, which we also grade out of 30. They also have some case notes, which we also grade out of 10. On-site supervisor also out of 10. And also they do some video recording, but of course after seeking consent, which we also grade out of 20. And this also gives us it. Who supervises at Bugema University? We allocate supervisors to someone who has a base or a foundational degree in social work. So if you don't have any training in that, you don't qualify to see any social work student. The same when it comes to other disciplines. If it is counseling, it should be seen by a counseling instructor. If it is public admin, the same. A lot has been said. May God bless you. In interest of time, I've learned a lot, and we hope we have the biggest room, and that is the room for improvement. We'll keep learning from one another, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Angela, please take on.
I want to thank everybody, first and foremost, for having come here. And then for having been patient up to now. I know that there are lots of activities, there is a lot of work out there, but you have taken off time to be here from morning up to this time. And we don't take that for granted. I just want, at this juncture, to call upon Suzanne. As she comes, please give a very, very big hand clap to her. So I understood why Susan is so interested in social work when she gave us her background where she was working. Yeah? And she's very, very interested in also the students, how they are training, how they are being trained, and how they deliver. But before I give Susan a microphone, there's a boss of mine just on my left. There's one question that he wants to pose to you. Just one question.
I heard people talk about different names. The first one in the morning called it field work. Towards lunch, somebody called it practicum. And now somebody has mentioned internship. Could you help me, by the end of this session, know what's the difference between these three? Internship, fieldwork, practicum, as we use them. Not now, but continue to think about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, my boss. Give him a very big hand clap. Yes, I was still talking about Susan. Yes, I mean the collaboration between NASU and Botswana and then other organizations is very, very key. This is a partnership. It's a partnership where we have to walk the journey together. It is not, you know, I was from a workshop of NASU or Botswana, or we are journeying together, and that is why we are all called here to put our heads together to see how do we move this together. I don't want to say much, but let me first give her a microphone to take over the space.
Thank you, Angela. I think I've been asked to just give a small preamble to, we're going to launch this specific partnership. I don't even know if it's new, because NASU has been working with organizations, and someone has talked about what they've been doing before. So we're just strengthening that and being much more intentional. So I think we're relaunching maybe something that we all want to commit to. So I'll just briefly, I'm sure some of you didn't know about Botswana until today. I'm just curious. If this is the first time you're hearing of Botswana, raise your hand. One. You're not raising them, but it's fine. Okay, all right, well, thank you. So I take it the hands down are not just tired and they have heard of us, but that's fine. The Botswana Initiative Uganda used to be just for those, we were part of the field office of World Education, JSI, an international organization, and we recently became locally registered. Now, this is significant because it means that the money we used to receive as a field office was externally generated, it was given to us, and it did what external people wanted. It wasn't about Ubuntu. In development now, we're talking about development organizations to be Afrocentric, to start serving, to be local, to serve our country. So even though we have a lot less money with the ending of USAID, we feel that what we are doing, the little that we have, by looking for a strategic partnership and helping it support, helping NASU coordinate, at least coordinate this better than they've been doing, and to be more intentional about it and to involve all of us is probably the most significant thing we've done as Botswana, and it's definitely better than anything we did with the USAID money, which was really post-colonial at its best. You can tell I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I'm ready to join Ubuntu here, hands up, so please write to me. So I just want to tell you something about Botswana Initiative. Next slide. Botswana means children in Zulu, because that is our origin. It was started by a lady from she was a South African. So we keep that name, Bantwana, Abana. When I was in Zimbabwe, it's Vana. So all these things, we have to really think about them more and more, how we are so united in languages. So our vision is where children are safe and thriving. And we're about strengthening community-led solutions and systems for improved well-being and resilience among vulnerable children and youth. That sounds like it's a mouthful, and all our organizations have those kind of mission statements. But for us, the issue is community-led, and that's why I actually identify as a parasocial worker. Then the values, we always put those, but I think the next slide is more important to the team in here. Next slide. Where are we? We're in 11 countries, 11 districts, where we have, those are our three important programs. These become important because NGOs do projects. That's how we get funding in. That's what we are attached. And this is what maybe is really important for academia to know. So you don't constantly have money. You have a project for 3 years or 5 years. And therefore, when you're having interns come in, they're coming to support that cycle. So currently, we have Real Fathers program. This is for, and that's maybe our biggest project. And I came with the project's manager. Please raise your hand, Christine. So Christine, please give her a hand. She has to deliver training and support to, what is your target number? Just to give you an impression of how we work. Your target is how many fathers?
Yeah, for this year we have 9,700, but for all the 3 years it is 27,000.
So that's 27,000 fathers and their families. So that means that technically there should be a social worker supporting and going into the homes, helping to problem solve and work with 27,000 families in the 8 districts, in Albertine and then around the Soroti sub-region. That already tells you, when we're going to talk about placement, that will be one place we're definitely looking at placing interns or recent graduates, because we're interested in both. Then we have safety at all times for every child. We have our program here in Kabarole, Unyangabo, and Chenjojo in the Toro sub-region. This program is really interesting because it's driven by parasocial workers. And at the heart of it is case management. So they work in the school ecosystem. And it's been doing that for quite a while. But someone talked about, the SACCOs. But in Kasese, there's a parasocial worker, one of their biggest VSLA program. But even ours, we have that community raising over 40 million shillings over a period of time that helps to drive social work in those communities. So when we say, where are the resources from? If a community is totally respecting what you're able to do, through our VSLA mechanism, there's actually a fund, we call it the OVC fund, where they are able to support community work in their area. So there are lots of options and works, but this is actually our framework, the base of everything we do. And then finally, in Orange, we're looking at Teen Moms programs. This is not new to anyone in Uganda. We know that we have an issue of teen moms. About a quarter of the girls under 18 are teen mothers in our country, all over. The stigma that comes with that. And here we have children looking after children. So those are issues. So that's a complexity. If you're working with a young child who has a child, and then you're working with the stigma in her family. So these are all very key social issues. And that's what we do as Bantwana. Next slide. Next. Okay, this just shows you the ecosystem. Very quickly, I know some people are blocked by this, But we have a child in the middle, so we have children, adolescents, and teachers. We work with the ecosystem. We look at communities that focus on youth, local leaders, and service providers. We look at government, we focus on leaders and service providers at national, local levels, and then also the households. And these are our programs. So, and we tend to do things in a modular delivery, modular sessions. So I'm even wondering, the sessions that we deliver, to what extent are they aligned with the modular delivery at universities? I thought that was an interesting presentation today. So having said that, I think that just tells you a little about Botswana. So when we approached NASU, what did we offer? What did we want to talk about? We wanted to talk about structured partnerships. We wanted to look at what is stopping internship work in places. A lot of what he put, the call to action, I think a lot of those pieces are things that we want to do. For us, we need to be better. Someone talked about sexual harassment in the workplace. Most NGOs have a sexual harassment policy. And it's really important that we follow it. We also have child safeguarding policies. Therefore, where you go, you shouldn't be harassed. The structure should be there. We also want to commit ourselves even internally. We learned from a volunteer program. Alex was saying he doesn't know of an NGO that charges. We don't charge for internships, but we charge for the volunteer program. That's where we learned how this can happen. So our volunteer program was our first attempt at this. We had 5 volunteers attached to each of our offices, which meant we had 20. Now, they were attached for 3 months, and they were aligned to our technical supervisors. So they were given a basic, in the first month, they were given some basic training, basic M&E, basic, so that they understand what it is we do. The whole point of that was work readiness. So it meant that our commitment also to helping you find work, preparing you in such a way that you're able to work, was very, very important. We also gave you a reference. So even the way we took people in were those who were committed to take to the next step. No, we didn't give them lunch, but we gave them tea and coffee. Although they drank so much of that bill at each office went up, that even that one we scrapped. But what we did is that we worked with them, and all our graduates, it's just 3 months, all of them got jobs within the next month. Are we together? That meant that whatever we were doing was so thorough that people were able to sit interviews, and we also let them know, we also told other organizations that we have this team. And at that time, still, we have a reputation for being thorough. I sometimes joke that we're the only ones that work, with all due look at you. With all due respect, because we don't sleep. In fact, I have a reputation for not being interested in life-work balance, which I'm sure a social worker doesn't want to hear, because of the urgency. I think we have real issues, and if you're in certain positions, the more you're given, the more, expected and all the rest of it. But we do have a lot of work. I'm just talking about life-work balance, because I have Gen Z children who really believe in that, and I don't know if I'd recommend them anywhere, because of, sometimes I just wonder. But that's not why I came to talk here, and I don't want someone to text them. So what are we going to do? What are we going to provide? As Botswana, we in this partnership, we do want the coordination. Nasu, we're very impressed with your ability. You really do have the mandate, and you're really well positioned to coordinate. There are things that have happened today which were unexpected. The young people who presented and how they were guided, very grateful. And all the presenters you brought, it has been so relevant. And thank you for that and for mobilizing the people in this room. So for us as Botswana, we've told you the areas we work. We can provide technical expertise. we can work out a structured internship which will have all the things the young people are demanding. We will share program data because it's very important that we're able to share what we're working to help our country get better, even with local government, and also mobilize resources. We think that what we're doing, we know, is very compelling already. They're very clear areas. Data entrance. Every organization needs data entrance. And we have them in all our budgets. No NGO, any NGO without a budget for data entrance is living in the past. Because you must show evidence all the time. The research assistants don't come from the research experts, but there's also the internal research we're constantly doing. But then paramount for us is casework. We do a lot of casework, but it's done by parasocial workers and community resource persons. And we want to pair social workers with parasocial workers to improve what they're doing and also align with local government in the districts where we are. Someone asked, how many are you? Someone wanted numbers. We are committed to taking, we've said we're going to take 4 cycles. We worked it out with Nazu. We'll take 20 interns, at least that's what we can commit to as Bantwana. So 3 cycles of 20. I don't have the details because I know you release them at different times, and I'm a strategic thinker. I don't do well on details. I'd have to ask Kathy, because she said that some of them are interns, some of them are graduates, some of them are what? She even got me confused. And then someone from Samizi said, we even come and do project field work, which I found very interesting, where they come and they support a district. That kind of thing we're definitely interested in. So as far as we're concerned, once it's launched today, is it going to be launched in a few minutes? We would then be able to just get into the details of how it would work. We are committed to going with Nazu to any of our colleagues to also get them who haven't signed on. There's a lot we're learning and agree with AfriChild. AfriChild is also a partner. Timothy's always saying how he sees me, I think, as his mother or something like that, because he was an intern in my office. At one time, I was heading USO. So I've just been at this for so long. And therefore, anyone who has passed or worked with me, they'll find me at their door. We're going to get them to try and sign up to this thing, tighten what they're already doing. Academia, please, thank you for all the lecturers in this room who are interested in this. And I hope we will be able to move together. Thank you.
And with a bigger hand clap, we get to the launch of the partnership. The launch of the partnership will start with, of course, evidence of the photos of the launch. I want to call upon my boss. I call upon the NEC members of NASU. And then I call upon the Bantwana team. The Bantwana team. And I stand in the middle. Yes. Well, so we are going to have a series of photos, and then we continue adding. Yes.
Is Mr. Ayub still in this building? Ayub, I think he left. Praise.
Do we call us together? Do we visit university by university? All that comes from us. Then on the practitioners and NGO section, of course including government, We could also have targeted engagements there. And then as well as students, we have a platform for student leaders where we have the student leaders. We could also do that and then follow up, trickle down to all the other students. Before we get into this further discussion, we have membership forms that have been given out. Some people have already filled. Remember, NASU is a membership organization, and we survive on your membership. But then, if you're not a member of NASU, why do you have your membership? Because you are a social worker. We have institutional members. We have already given out certificates for the institutional members who subscribed already, because the subscription is per year. We renew subscription. Then individual membership. Individual membership for practitioners is 50,000 only. And then for students, it's 25,000. And 20,000. And then 300,000 for institutions. Please, as you go back, inform your institutional heads, if it's a university or an NGO, please don't hesitate to take on that message. So as we move forward, I just made suggestions. That is Angela Narwanga making suggestions. How do we move forward? We can add, subtract, divide, because we are looking at the next steps. How do we move forward? AfriChild. I'm already feeling AfriChild in this partnership already, and a message to Mr. Opobo should be taken. We already feeling the partnership, because I mean, you're already having interns there, but together tunawakilisha in Swahili.
Okay, I really don't know what tunawakilisha means, but I think it's like together we pamoja, or we are stronger or something. Yeah, so how do we move forward? And I mentioned that AfriChild was founded by 6 partners, including Makerere University, and specifically the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, where the Department of Social Work also is. So what that means is that we are already associated members, and what is not yet there maybe is that subscription and membership, but also we've had already conversations, initial conversations in meetings to be members of the National Association of Social Workers in Uganda. We've also supported when we had a social work conference in Makerere. I think AfriChild was one of those organizations that supported strongly that in all ways. So we have already a positive vibes, and any time from now we are going to subscribe and click the button. Yes, but also at AfriChild, of course, direct contacts with Timothy Opobo as the head of the institution, and also the different representatives that usually come to these meetings. Many social workers at AfriChild working, and like we are social workers, really. We are a social work organization. And then just to mention that Susan and Bantwana, where they are, we know that they are good fruits always. We've supported their projects with research, and also working together with Ministry of Gender and the government. So anytime from now, the button will be clicked. Thank you.
they are going to click the button and subscribe.
Thank you. Dennis Okwiri is my name. I am just curious because I was thinking that we have a rapporteur for this particular meeting today, which would have been capturing the key action points that would inform what next or what are we going to do. And I think we had some interesting interaction in between the break with Mr. Twaha here. My suggestion would be basing on the, we have very, very interesting points generated. And we need to be intentional. Can we structure if the approach is depending on what is going to work? Follow-ups on these particular action points that have been generated. Okay, is it possible to have like a subcommittee at the Secretariat who is fully responsible to actionalize or follow up on these actions that have been suggested? Because I know if we leave it open without a clear leadership, it will get lost in between. Because NASA itself has so much that they are doing, and some of these very important things will miss out. So that is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I suggest that that subcommittee be selected here and now, yeah, to follow up on the actions that we are suggesting, yeah, headed by Dr. Nareva, appointed. I'm appointing my boss by virtue of his position. Yes, so, and we need to spread out, yeah, academia, NGO, students. So the academia side, can we have volunteers? Do we volunteer you? The subcommittee, we have the head.
I want to serve as a volunteer. And, my name is Kasule Chivirige. I have two contributions as a takeaway from this meeting. One of them, and I am glad that Susanna has commented on this, and other people, maybe we need to be much more focused on what we already have. What do we have, and we don't share knowledge of what we have. For example, we have plenty of documentation, including a regulatory document from the National Council for Higher Education about the minimum standards of social work education and training in Uganda. I wonder, and I of course never ask these questions to my colleagues who may not even be aware of this document from National Council for Higher Education. Social work as a domain, a profession, is one of the pioneers for National Council to do this work, to have minimum standards for social work education and training in Uganda. The second one we are taking away is very good feedback we are receiving from our students. For me, this is really, really eye-opening. What do our students know, or what they assume they know, about the kind of training that we offer, and being guided by, because we have the rubric. Every school can set up their standards, but they must start from the minimum standards. How much do they know of these standards? And the other question is that, how do we capacitate students to actually demand quality training, education and training? Surely you cannot appear somewhere and you give somebody your number and you wait on the bench for 2 hours and then you come back and say, they are sexually harassing me. It is true, but I'm worried about you. So you appeared there, you gave your number, and you handle smoothly. I am concerned about that. But so how do we meet up with our students to ask them to demand for the minimum standards and have, because it's your right. And lastly, of course, that comes back to NASU, as the members of NASU, how do we, again, have a convergence of the practitioners, the educators, and our clients to agree on what we do gradually, like we have a quota, this one, what we accomplish this quarter, subsequently, and we do kind of what we can bite, what we can chew, but progressively show these results and that we have achieved the following. really, if you'll allow me, we are all guilty, especially from education setting. Can you imagine our students and how they desire to have the best from their professors, their professionals? But how many of our students pay 20,000, a tiny 20,000 to want to belong to become a professional? So I get challenged. How many have I motivated? Surely if all the social worker students in Uganda and in all our schools pay 20 tiny thousands to be a member of NASU, maybe we will be on a very strong base. Thank you very much.
Okay, a very big hand clap to our volunteer.
Thank you very much, team. All protocols observed. My name is Patrick Ayoku. I would like to volunteer in that sub-team to actionalize this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I would also like to volunteer, and on behalf of Kampala University, we intend also to pay our subscription fee for this year. I talked to the head of department, Dr. Samla, and he said he has always been yearning to say that the university gets part of the National Association of Social Workers. So I'm in touch with Rogers. He told me I told him what he will require from the university in order to enable us to process. I would also love to volunteer. Mpata Rogers. Mpata Rogers.
Mr. Mpata Rogers, a very big hand clap to him.
Okay, my name is Private San Kurabanka from University of Kisubi. I also wish to be part of the committee so that we can hear out the outcome of this workshop today. Actually want to inform you that all our social worker students at University of Kisubi are members. All of them, every year. If you can check into our record, you will not find any social worker from University of Kisubi who is not registered. Thank you.
A very big hand clap. Let me take to where there are ladies. Where are the ladies? I want to be intentional. Where are the ladies? Yes, education and practice. Now, most of these people we've had more in academia, the practitioners. If you're a practitioner and you are a lady, look at me clearly, and I give you a mic. A practitioner and a lady.
Okay, I think on behalf of the ladies, I'll volunteer. And I think as UDEL, we are committed to supporting the cause, and we are available as and when to be called upon. We have quite a number of our staff that are already members. I'll encourage also others to be members, but also associates, because we have quite a diverse group of personnel with UDEL that are working with social issues, but we are very grateful and we will be part of this course. Thank you. Uganda Youth Development Link. My name is Anna Nabulia. I work as the Deputy Director.
A very big hand clap. I thought we would have a committee of about 6 to 8. There are 6, but we only have one lady. Praise is a constant. Praise is a constant. We only have one lady. Ladies, please look at me. They are volunteering you. Please clap for her. So that is 7. That is 7. And she's quiet. I am volunteering you.
I'm going to volunteer. And the name? Atim Caroline. Atim Caroline.
Please clap for Atim Caroline.
Thank you so much. By names, I'm called Musana Batimas. I'm a student leader. I've really been wanting to say something, but she has been denying me a chance. So I don't know, but I'm happy that you have given me a chance to share something. Especially to us as a student, and this goes to NASU. NASU is a generalized organization which takes all practitioners, takes all the students, and then the teachers. So I was of a view that as the students' fraternity under the NASU, why can't we also, perhaps we have many universities in Uganda, so why can't we also create a committee under NASU where at least every university should create or bring a representative to represent those universities. At least these people, this student who or a leader from that university can be in position to share information which comes from NASU, especially to the university he aligns with. Because if we only talk about the lecturers, the dean of students only participating into these conferences, it is something which is a bit not appropriate, especially to the students' fraternity. Because a student can get information, and being that is part of the NASU committee representing the university, it will be easy for information flow to move. Because we are in a modernized generation, so there is a generational gap going on right now. So we need to adjust to the generation which is moving together. So that's what I really wanted to share. So thank you so much.
A very big hand clap to him. Another hand clap to him. Yes, thank you so much for that suggestion. We actually have students' representatives, and we have a WhatsApp group where we have all the students' representatives in those particular universities, and we are still recruiting more as well. But we always want to move together with the with the students. That is why we had to invite some students here, even if this was, yes, because students, yes, are stakeholders as well. But in everything we do, we also want to have the students. And as you said, you're a student leader, yeah? Rogers, he has to be part and parcel of the, he's in the group. Yes, and we're actually preparing something for the students alone as well. As we said, we are trying to see now targeting lecturers, students, then the NGOs, so that we have those small meetings that are focused there. And then perhaps we shall again join together to see how best we move. But thank you so much for that. I want to commend students for their leadership. These students literally mobilize the social work day activities. Those different students in their universities. Oh my God. KIU students as hosts, you would see them literally everywhere. They were like service providers, this here and there. And then the different student leaders from the different universities had to mobilize and see how those students came up to the university, up to KIU. Some of them had to storm the offices of their departments, their universities, to ensure that they get transport. Those who have buses, those who needed maybe fuel, those who had to mobilize their own transport. So it was all done by the students. And that was a plus. Thank you so much. Now, any other actions that we are taking on, we want to wind up in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
I'm taking this point from the presenters, especially my colleagues, the colleagues who are presenting on internship. We had some variations in terms of the period. I believe we need to come out with a minimum period for internship, for interns, so that it is a uniform thing across board. Then the other thing maybe I want to see how do we factor in intensify communication, especially on the issues. Here I'm bringing the attention of us vis-a-vis code by NASU. We need to be intentional on issues that are affecting the country. If, for example, social workers are to be recognized. Let me just give an example. A scenario. Or our social workers on PDM, what is our contribution? On why UWEP, really what is our contribution? That if we really want to be recognized at national level, we need to enter into those spaces. If there may be drainage in Kampala, what is our contribution? Because if really we see, we have a lot to do. But we need to have somebody specific at the Secretariat to handle those emerging issues. Thank you, I beg submit.
Thank you so much. Give him a very loud hand clap. Any other person as we conclude? Yes. A reminder once again to become members. Yes, I know we are members, but to subscribe, how do you subscribe? By paying membership. I just want to take this opportunity to call upon one of our to call upon the ED of Udale, Deputy ED. It is a prophecy. To come and give us concluding remarks, appreciation remarks. Yes.
Thank you, Angela, and the prophecy will come true, but don't let my boss hear you, okay? Since I'm standing in the shoes of my boss, Dr. Rogers Kasire, I want to greet you all, and I want to thank you for the commitment and the appreciation, and appreciate each of you for all that you're doing to ensure that we have a good environment where social work strives. On the other hand, if I'm not in the shoes of my boss, I am Anna Navolia. I work as the Deputy Director for UDEL, and I've worked with UDEL for over 26 years. I think since I left university, I've just had one employer all the way through, and I've walked through all the ranks from volunteership, internship, through to the Deputy Director position. So I know what it means to be an intern. I know what it means to work through your way to the top, and the patience it takes, and the hard work and the commitment it takes to get to where we are as social workers. Personally, I am not a social worker, but I'm an associate. I am a social scientist by training, and somehow, somewhere along the way, I took the path to psychology. So now I cross over to being a psychologist when I got into the master's. But being an associate, I work with quite a big number of social workers at UDEL. I think right now we are talking about 48 social workers that are working with UDEL currently. And every year we work with close to 100 students on internship from very various universities around Kampala. And we keep doing that every year, and we are still committed to that cause. So I know that with UDEL still standing strong, we still have space for students on internship, given the diverse social issues that we handle every day. Just to give you a synopsis of what UDEL is a non-government organization that started in 1993. So we are kind of 3 decades in existence. That's about 33 years right now. And we work mainly with young people that have been affected by alcohol, drugs, and substances, sexual exploitation, trafficking in persons. We work with teenage mothers. We work with sexual reproductive health issues. We work with youth and crime and prevention of violent extremism. So where you see a social issue that is affecting a young person within the ages of 13 to 24, you will see UDEL there present. So I believe that the social workers and the students can gain quite a lot of skills and learning from the experience and expertise that we've put in place for the last 33 years. And we've seen many of them, actually, I would say 90% of the students that come through our internship process get to better positions even when they leave, even before they leave. Once they hear that you have been attached to UDEL or you've worked with UDEL, because they know there's a lot of social issues there and you actually get to the practice. But as I appreciate you, I want to thank you for this commitment. I know the conversation we've started today is a conversation that we need to continue having. Co-creation is an ongoing process. Let us continue innovations. Let us continue being committed. Let us continue the conversations and the communications on the table. I want to thank NASU for this commitment and for bringing us together. It's very rare many of the times to have a fora where practitioners, academia, and students come together on the table and speak. And I think for me this is wonderful, and we are moving in the right direction. And I hope that we will continue to have diversity, inclusion, but also thinking around a student-centered system that will allow them to practice, but also to learn, and also give feedback where possible, and they are not penalized for that feedback. For issues of sexual exploitation in the workplace, in practice, yes, Susan talked about the sexual harassment policies that we have in place as NGOs. And sometimes when intern students come, especially to UDEL, we get them to also sign onto those sexual exploitation or codes of conduct within the workplace. And we have an orientation for all students. So please ensure that you are speaking to us. There are protocols, there are platforms where you can report as well. Do not just sit there and suffer as a student when sexual exploitation happens to you, but also I would love to see a platform where students are being given skills to understand issues of safeguarding. How do you conduct, how do you protect yourself, but also how do you ensure that you have a lived experience. Let us continue innovating and being creative to ensure that our students have the platform they need to practice social work, but also to love it and to appreciate that at the end of the day, the social work practice that they do impacts as many lives as possible and creates lived experiences and changes in the lives of the people that we work with. So thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation on behalf of my boss. And as UDEL, we still commit to social work in Uganda and also across. And we've contributed to quite a lot of forums around social work in the country, and we still do. So thank you very much for having us. And I want to give this back to Angela and appreciate you all. Thank you.
A very, very big hand clap. It's just because of time. I would have given everybody a mic. But I want to recognize the presence of Child Eye. They have journeyed together with us for quite some time. We've had a number of institutions, academia, NGOs, government, private practitioners. I want to recognize UCRNN. They have also journeyed with us. UDEL, Ministry of Gender, Makerere Institute of Social Development, Nkumba University, Chambogo University, Samizi Institute of Social Development has a lot of history about social work. That is where social work started. And we do not want to lose that history. MRC, African Renewal, AfriChild, Advanced University, Apex University, Makerere University, Kampala University, Metropolitan University, Metropolitan University, IU, Cornerstone University, and UDEL.
That's why I'm here.
What is this? UCU. I didn't mention UCU. Oh, those were my employers. Uganda Christian University. A very big hand clap. Hey. Okay, we also have Reason. Yes, whenever you start mentioning one by one. But this is just the beginning. The conversation is just starting. We have had it before, but now it has rejuvenated. And we have to keep the ball rolling. You are the ears, the eyes, the mouth, the eyelids, and the legs, plus the hands, to take this to the next level. Without wasting much time.
Please, Mr. Twaha, talk about your organization. We have an abbreviation.
Hey, thank you so much. Rogers, there's one thing, very simple, before you talk about the organization. If each social worker can just put a profile, I'm proud of social worker, just once a month, it's just enough for us. I'm proud of being a social worker. Let us commit to that. Just once a month. That is enough. My name is Twaha Musoke. I'm a proud social worker. I started this organization when I was in senior 2, and I've grown out with it. That is called Eagles Youth Development Initiative. We've worked on the mainland and on the highland of Lake Victoria with my senior lecturer, Dr. Matovu. And there's quite a lot that we can share with young people, especially the social workers. It's all about passion. Social work is all about passion. First. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to take this opportunity to invite my boss. If I don't invite him, I'm fired. Very, very fired. And I want to invite him humbly. Dr. Nareba Peter. I am taking this opportunity to invite you, sir, to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you so much for keeping it up to this time. The program that I saw was reading that we shall stop at 4:30, and I intend to go before that. So, first of all, let me ask those who could have filled these forms. Rogers, go around picking them. You may need to give them a receipt in case they've paid. Okay? Those who have not paid, they can always pay. You have a Momo chat. Don't send on any person's phone or any other place. We have specific places where we send our subscriptions. I want to thank you so much. In the morning, we talked about co-creation, and we said stakeholders come together to jointly generate ideas to solve problems that they have at hand, and it has come to pass. So I want to thank God that you have been here since morning. I've just been thinking, what loss would we make if we put monthly webinars and we ask one person to say, for example, Madam Susan, would you use maybe 30 or 40 minutes to talk about social work supervision in agencies? And then you ask some other person, talk about child protection in AI era. So that every month we have something that keeps us together. I'm not a Muganda, but at least I've ever heard a Muganda say, Tagali wamu gegalu menyama. At least I've ever heard that, and it meant that we need to come together as brothers and sisters in the profession. So I'm going to ask Secretariat to do monthly webinars, and when we ask you to say something, please share with us. Do not feel shy to say this. We just want to send it to all universities and all practitioners to tell us, for example, what are the challenges in fieldwork supervision or in the teaching of social work, or talking about sexual harassment, the forms of harassment that are happening, maybe without us knowing, so that we can address them. So that, I think, we should follow up. For teamwork, I want to thank those who have been appointed to, actually not appointed, but who have volunteered to work on pushing this agenda together. I cannot thank Bantwana team. You saw the lunch. Did anybody thank them for lunch? I ate and I left some for tomorrow. So I thank them so much, but also for the opportunity that we meet and interact with each other. Now, it is common that we talk things and they stay here. Just go to your office, and if you have a microphone, if you have a smaller voice, make sure you whisper to around 5 people what has happened here, so that somebody maybe can know where you have been the whole day. It can't be that you close the office the whole day and nobody knows what you were doing. Some people, of course, like I saw my students asking me, why have I dodged them? Now, if I have no explanation, then that will not be good accountability. Therefore, the point is, go and share with members, the faculty, the organization where you work, the importance of co-creation and what we think can work. If you have an opportunity, please extend it. Those who teach, make sure social workers understand. Mr. Kaswe talked about a very important thing, that a team that was before us sat and they have minimum standards for teaching social work in Uganda. But I'm surprised that I do some assessment, I'm external examiner to some of the universities here. You look at what is being taught, and then you're like, which competencies, for example, were you following to set? What are you looking for in this exam? It's not about teaching. Let's utilize the literature that is available and also the policy. Otherwise, we shall be undoing what our predecessors have already done. We have those documents at the National Social Workers Office, minimum standards, and they're also online. You can Google them, minimum standards for teaching social work in Uganda, and please follow them. You Google them on our website and anywhere, you will get them, and try to follow them so that we don't seem to be doing different things. You ask a student, just tell me 2 theories of social work that you like most, and who is the author. And the student seems not to be sure. Then, like, are we teaching the same social work in this country. Social workers, parasocial workers, and others, we are all serving humanity. Ask yourself, the next generation, if I continue behaving like this, what is going to become social work in the next generation? Every time I meet you, I ask you a question. Who is a social worker in your vernacular? And then you start cooking sentences, long sentences. I didn't say explain. I say just how do you call a social worker? The way you say a teacher, somesa, very easy to say. But when it comes to you social work, somebody was proposing that you post something on your WhatsApp, say, I'm a proud social worker. That can be very interesting if you go to know who a social worker is in your local language, so that when you go to the village, you tell them what you are by profession. I wanted to stop at this. We have said a lot, but thank you so much for coming. What would it be if we called you and you didn't show up? There are people who are religiously with us, institutions. We thank you so much. You know yourselves, but also those who have not renewed. Let's put our 50,000 to the pocket of NASU so that we can hold them accountable for doing this and not that. Just want to remind you that we have a strategic plan at NASU that we are following. So kindly support us to ensure that we deliver on some of the items. We normally get some challenges. This person gets a scholarship and they say you should be registered in a national association where you belong. And somebody is looking for us. They want a letter today. Please give me a letter. But I say you're not a member. How do I say you? I said, no, let me say pay now. I said, but now, what is the speed for? You have been in this country. We ask you to pay. So kindly help us so that we can serve. Very soon, we shall share with you a database to show you who is a social worker in Uganda by registration and who is not. As we proceed to seeking counsel for social workers in this country, they ask us, where is the list of your members? We have some who last paid 10 years ago. I don't know that, and they were students. So if I was going to hand over you to whoever is asking the list, I would send you as a student. Imagine 10 years ago, now you're almost becoming a professor. By that time, you are saying I'm a student. And of course, the privileges are different. So kindly, let us renew our membership. And for those who came with it, we have a receipt book there. But also, you can always send it, and it comes automatically on Momo Pay. Now, with those very many words, I want to thank you so much. But thank Bantwana team for causing this to happen. Another hand clap. Kindly also clap for your neighbor for coming. And with this, I want to thank you so much. And now I want to declare this closed. But before we leave, we are going to pray. Can I ask you to stand and we pray? Almighty God, on whom we believe and have our being, we thank you so much. We thank you for this day that you have made. Thank you for bringing social workers together. May you cause us people who are going to unite a divided society and serve mankind. We pray that you take us safely so that when we reach home and other places of work, we shall continue to thank you. We bless your name. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Workshop concluded and closed. We pray that you go back safely. Thank you so much.
DJ.
Please, we request for a group photo. Please come for a group photo. Thank you. Group photo.